don't know why I did that. Hello hero, it's Lucy Lannon. I am on camera again to prove that there is someone at the helm of this ship. I don't believe I've been on since... I want to say like white belter hair, which would make it pre-pandemic. It's a while anyway. So yeah, hello, this is my face. It has changed considerably. I don't know what the hair's doing. I'm not in a pop punk band. It seems to just, yeah, it grows out, not down. But yeah, this is what I look like. This is who I am. We're doing a try before you buy variation of a reading available in my shop, link down below. And we're doing the basic tier because doing a try before you buy of an extended tier would mean the difference between 22 and 33 cards, which I think would take a long ass time for YouTube. So if you want more specific than a general reading for lots of people viewing at the same time, then please do book with me privately. And if you want more specific than that, then please do book the extended version of the self-concept reading. If you want anything more in the way of freebies, please check out the rest of the channel. There's also specifically a playlist of Try Before You Buys, which will be expanding fast within the next few days. So if there's something you've had your eye on Etsy on my basic tier, then keep your eyes peeled for a version on here. If you're short on funds or you just want to try me out or you think that you might get something from it but you're not sure whether you want to commit, whatever. Like, this is why I'm putting them out here so that everyone can access my stuff. Although there are cheaper readings available on my Etsy than the basics, and there are more expensive, more extended, way more in-depth, things like the, I'm going to swear, but Unfuck Your Life reading and stuff like that will take sometimes 2 to 3 hours, depending on how much wants to be said. So we're going to try and keep it relatively short today, but it will be as in-depth as I can go for something general, and it will be 22 cards. So that said, self-concept, what are we talking about? Everybody carries ideas about themselves through life. Some of these are gained in childhood. Some of them come about because of trauma. Some of them because of very positive experiences and compliments and things you did well. But we're looking at the unconscious ones today, the ones that you might be able to agree with kind of once I've said them, but until someone says them, they're not really at the forefront. You kind of have to tap into them by hearing someone say it, and then you go, yeah, okay, I do kind of believe that. And the reason that we're doing that is not just to prove that I can get to that information, it's to kind of give you access to those things so that you can see where it is that they might block your opportunities, hinder your progress, give you a false sense of self, or indeed, in the other direction, improve your life considerably if you tap into them a little more, having kind of ignored that they exist. You know, there may be some really great qualities that you want to indulge in more of, or express a little further to the world, that are just lying dormant below the surface because of some other shit. So we're going to look at that. We're going to look at how to bust the beliefs that do not belong. So all of my manifestors, living in the end people, chaos magicians doing belief shifting, all of those kinds of people, this is one for you. But also if you just want a take on the kinds of archetypes running through your system, then this is for you and you don't have to believe in anything in particular. What else is there to say? Anything? Please like, subscribe, ding the dong, thank you kindly. If you subscribed and not dinged the dong, that is really hard to say, then please do that, and then you're kept up to date with new readings. I've also got another series running called the Marseille Minis, where we do like a lucky dip of a letter from the alphabet every time we read. So you pick your pile without knowing what the reading's going to be on, and I don't know in advance either. It's been kind of fun. If you want to check that out, please do. And yeah, I can't think of further announcements. I will stop being awkward and just get to the cards for the piles. One moment. So, pile 1, I should have thought out putting them over there instead of over there. We have the Vertigo Tarot with artwork by Dave McKean. Personal favourite, this one. Pile 2, we have the Aquarian Tarot, which is like an Art Nouveau variation on Smith-Waite. Or at least I think it's Art Nouveau. You may differ. Pile 3, Terror of the Divine. This is very sort of folklore based, so we may go into some of that during the reading, but it's like a jaunty and lovely cartoonish style. And then pile 4, yes, pile 4, because we want to get really in depth this time. We have the Smith-Waite Black and Gold edition. Yeah, which is kind of mirrory, and that may cause some glare, but I'm going to try and do my best with that because of the new setup and hopefully higher def. On the higher def, if you want to see more of my face doing these readings, or if you want a reading setup that is me and the cards, that is doable. Please comment down below if that's what you're seeking out for whatever reason. If you want to just see the cards each time and you're sick of these kinds of intros, then also, you know, be nice, but let me know that down below. Because basically I've been between different cameras, different setups, just kind of trying things out. And it would be great to get a consensus on what works for you guys. All that said, let's get to your piles. Beautiful, adorable, magically babelicious, pile 1 of the Vertigo Tarot. This is your reading. If you're on headphones, just take them out for a second. Wicked. Right, let's go. All right, pile 1. Let me just sit down again because I've been stood staring at these bad boys. That's not to say that they are bad. I know that some of you will instantly panic that there's a few reversals here, but trust me when I say some cards are better in reverse. And for a reading where you're looking at self-concept and blockages, actually to have a lot of reversals is a really positive thing because you're looking at the aspects of yourself that might be blocked or that might be the flip side of a particular meaning. I'm gesturing my hands over here, but it's because I'm sort of sat this way. So if you're occasionally looking at a blank table without a hand, I do apologise, but I will try and kind of keep engaged. Let's kneel on the floor for this one. Right. Okay, so where do we start? Firstly, overwhelmingly in both the kind of things about yourself that you're particularly proud of, and also the things that cause you a little bit of fear, trepidation, places where you feel stuck, and stuck is a big word for this reading. The overwhelming impression of you is reliability. Obviously we have this clarifier here of honesty, and we'd have a lot more oracle cards in the extended, but for now actually this is kind of all I need to know, right? Because it does echo a lot of the stuff that we've got around here. Your self-concept in both the light and the shadow is of a person who can be relied upon, who is financially savvy, who doesn't really have any addictions, doesn't really make many mistakes. And as a consequence, if this is your pile, you also feel like you're a person who doesn't necessarily have the worldly experiences that you wish that you did. And that's what the issue is. And that's what we're here to kind of unblock through navigating where you got these ideas and perhaps why. There is a big section sort of over here about why it is that you had to have these beliefs, and we'll get to that eventually. And I am going to pull at least one clarifier for you, not because it's an unclear reading, but because there's one particular issue that I want to investigate so that you can hone in on fixing that specifically, right? Okay, where do we begin? Right, your positive ideas of self. So these are over here, and over here is kind of where you got them respective to each card. So firstly, we have this 7 in reverse, which tells me that you're not a person who wears masks. You're not a person who flits between lots and lots of options. You see things very clearly, see the eyes down here, whereas the sort of mask wearer is blind. I feel that this could very literally relate to the way you present yourself to the outside world in a kind of what you see is what you get way. If that's not true of you, this is not your pile, right? But even if you present in an unconventional way, and I think this would apply to me as well, so I sort of understand this, your unconventional persona is a very honest reflection, right? You can look as kind of avant-garde as you wish to look, depending on who's listening, and still be the most honest version of yourself compared to a lot of, particularly the internet, but also just a lot of people in general in the kind of age of social media. And for you, I think that one of the strengths that you do probably consciously recognise in yourself, or at least that you've been proud of in the past, is that you don't put that mask on in order to engage with other people, in order to have people see you as you are and see them as they are in return. Sorry about that, gang, bit of a camera adjustment. If this does sort of waver that way, I do apologise, but it's just the setup I've got at the moment keeps tilting and I don't want to kind of rejig it because I might lose the whole thing. So bear with me, new setup, comment down below as to what you think can be done, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so we're on the 7 of Cups. You're not a mask wearer. You're not somebody who needs to put on a separate persona in order to see or to be seen. I actually think that something you may not recognise about yourself very clearly is that you see people for what they are very directly, and that is what allows you as a person to be direct. It wouldn't surprise me if you were another reader or someone magically inclined, or at least sort of dipping your toe into those waters. And may I say, you know, dip it further from what I can see here, because you've chosen a very Neptunian deck. You're a very reliable, honest person, and it seems to me that you see things very clearly, right? I'm actually going to lift this up so that you can have a proper look, hoping that's going to be in focus. And I'm sort of doing that so that you don't see the banding as much, but if it was upright, we'd get this, yeah? We'd get the mask wearer, we'd get all of these cups at the top sort of representing all the choices, all the roads to go down. And it seems like whether or not you feel that you've found your road, you're quite decisive, you're quite good in the moment at making split-second choices, and like I say, you're not hiding any part of yourself. So how did you come to recognise this about yourself originally, even on an unconscious level? There's something here that, because of the other cards, I'm thinking is about staying in one place. With the Chariot in reverse, there's a kind of stagnancy. It's not always something we want to see. It can sometimes be like a short, sharp stop, right? Or a plan that's sort of halted right in the middle and then you take a completely different direction. It may not be that you've lived in the same town or that you've done the same things or been with the same person for a long time or whatever. It will differ for all of you. But there's a sense of something here which could have sort of been very fast and had lots of momentum and lots of variety. And for whatever reason, which I suspect was an outside circumstance because there's 10 down here, you kind of stayed stuck, right? And that's what actually helped you to recognise that you're not a mask wearer, because maybe the people around you were. Maybe the same thing that kept you in one place, be it a job, a person, just, you know, indecision to begin with, is the same thing that helped you realise that actually, no, you are quite decisive. Actually, no, you are very straightforward compared to many. And I think as well, the Chariot speaks very well about control and about sort of taking the reins of a particular future. And although I suspect from these ones that you don't necessarily see it, I think you are quite an expert in control. I maybe even think that sometimes it hinders you socially, or that you have kind of, for some of you, dare I say it, you have slight autistic traits, just because there is a rationalisation of the emotional going on here. These two should be very watery cards. We've got something for Cancer and we've got a 7 which I associate with Pisces. And instead you've got a control of those tidal things, and you've got something which should be moving and is instead in place. That's not a negative, it's just, I think, you know, from my own experiences, sometimes the people who have the most social control and maybe even social mobility and social ease can be the most stiff in certain situations because they're sort of used to what they have to say so much that things take them by surprise when they're a little bit more spontaneous. And a lot of the sort of reversed or upright but dodgily placed ones in this reading talk about a lack of spontaneity, right? A lack of flow and ease, and water is also flow as well as social stuff. So yes, it's in the positive, it's fantastic. You are someone who's decisive in the moment, you are someone who can be very honest with others, echoed by this. But I suspect that the situation that took you to an understanding of that was not one that you chose. Maybe even one that's ongoing, that you're still not choosing. And I do think maybe there's some healing to be done there, even before we get into the piles where we're talking about healing and we're talking about stuff you regret. I think there is, like, because all of these positive qualities are reversals, it's almost like even the good things about yourself you can't necessarily frame as being a good thing, which I find really worrying. Yes, it adds another layer of meaning to the existing 78 in the deck, but also when it's in a placement which should be wholly positive, it makes me think that your understanding of the positive is actually not all that positive, right? In this instance, anyway. So let's move on to this one. For the 9 of Cups reversed, as your kind of idea of self, I think that you're a person who's free of addiction. Now, I say free of and not completely without, because for some of you it may be that this is a conquered addiction you've had in the past. For many it may be drinking because of the cups we've got here and because of the associations of the card. But I think there's kind of, again, it's a restraint within your personality, right? And I'm touching the amethyst, which I know is actually to do with addiction for many people. So I do, yeah, for a great deal of you, you've gone through some kind of 12-step, or you've noticed something that was out of balance, even something like food or overindulging online because of all this kind of media over here. Could even be porn addiction for some of you. Not sweeping that across to all of you, but there are a few people watching this. But it's something that you've come to terms with, it's something that you've understood even on an unconscious level as being an addiction, and something that you've then completely obliterated and surpassed. And there's something to do with conquering that, or at least limiting that impulse within yourself if you weren't an addict at one point, that is to do with self-expression, writing, poetry. Online stuff is really heavily present in this version. So I think some of you are bloggers, or you write course content, or you do something informational for other people that is very much like written down rather than just being vloggers, or, well, I say just, you know, as someone who's producing YouTube videos, but you know what I mean, it's written form. Some of you are poets even, and that might be stuff that you publish online, if that's not the sort of porn thing that I was getting. But there's something anyway within you that has conquered some form of addiction or addictive impulse, potentially a generational addictive impulse because of what's over here. And you're now in command of those particular impulses and faculties, and that will come up again shortly. So how did you come to recognise that that was kind of over with, or that you weren't as impulsive as other people? Strangely, this one, the 3 of Wands, is not the card that I normally associate with partying, but it's come up in a couple of readings on this channel in a way that's to do with parties and to do with watching other people. There's a few watching cards in here. This Page of Swords down here is really relevant. And obviously you've got all these sort of eye imagery around here. You've got the eye in this particular deck because you've got the Death card and it's the Sandman thing. There's just a lot of eyes jumping out at me, and I feel that this is almost kind of you watching other people in their addicted state, whether that be the same addictions as you might have had or something completely different. And in kind of watching other people and how they operate, you've learnt just how much restraint you have. This could particularly be in a creative sector because of the fact that you've got these flames going on and just the associations of this imagery in general. But whatever it is, I feel that you've been in a group setting where you've witnessed the fact that other people have had addictive tendencies that you've since overcome, perhaps even without realising it. You know, for some of you, again, this is a 12-step thing and you're listening to other people talk about their addiction. But for some of you, this is just being at a party and watching what other people do and going, I've never had the urge to do that. For some of you, and I don't want to label anything as particularly negative because you do you, but one or two of you, you had a potential for porn addiction kind of tendencies, and you witnessed people going off having threesomes, or you witnessed something polygamous going on with your friends, and that was what kind of made you go, fuck, I'm really not made that way. Or maybe you had a third party or a polygamous relationship that didn't work out for you, and it kind of, it made you realise that that wasn't for you, and that's not shade on that kind of lifestyle, so much as to say that the reason that it wasn't for you in this instance is because it would have taken you down a more addictive path than it might have for the other people who wanted to be involved, right? Because some people do well with that, some people don't. Again, just for some of you, this is a very general reading, so I'm trying to cover a lot of ground, but whatever it is, there's an observation in the conscious of how other people operate, how other people expand, explore, particularly how they experiment, that has led you to sort of realise how much restraint you've had. But again, with this one, not just because it's a reversal, but because it's this particular card, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because at the same time as you're looking at these people going, well, I don't work that way, or I don't do that anymore, or, you know, lucky me, I'm sort of not behaving in an unhealthy fashion. But there is also a part of you, because this upright would be wish fulfilled, that is going, well, maybe I want to do that. Or maybe I want to indulge in those things, or I want to be that way, or I want to just let loose at a party, or I want to just be able to do what I want and not have to write poetry to get over things, or, you know, it's almost like you, again, with the watching, you're kind of watching the outside world as if behind glass. And it's a really negative thing because, like, I'm aware that I'm in the positive portion of your reading because we're going in great, and then we're looking at the less than good things, and then we're looking how to sort those out, and we're ending on high, right? That's the structure I intended anyway. But it seems like, again, even with the going in great, you're not feeling great about these things, and they are really good qualities. You know, being able to present as your honest self and being able to overcome addictive tendencies, whether or not they're dormant, right? Whether or not you've even experienced addiction, this is a really positive thing. And yet you're seeing it as like, oh, hooray for me, I did that, and now I go without. So for you who are my magicians, manifestors, etc., you might want to work on that framing of it, right? You might want to look, even before we get down to the kind of solutions bit of the reading, you might want to look at your lack of addictive and impulsive decision making and really see it as a strength and something that's saved your ass in the past, and not as something that just means that you're going to miss out on a bunch of fun stuff. Moving along to the Page of Wands, again, this is kind of, the meaning is, words. Sorry, I had a stroke a few years ago, sometimes I get a brain blip. I want to say elucidated, but then part of my brain's going, that's not a word. Anyway, the meaning is made clear by the fact that it's in a reversal. So already you've got a negative viewpoint of this. But this is a lack of impulsivity, particularly where sex, creativity, and partying are concerned, right? And it's something in this one, this is more of an intuitive reading of these two cards. I think what's illuminated that for you and shown you that you're not so impulsive is some kind of father figure. This may be somebody just male presenting or male identified or whatever. It doesn't really have to be male, but also it's very strongly like there's a knight and a king. So I'm sensing that if this person isn't male, they're at least really, really masculine, right? Whether or not they think that they are, that's sort of how you will identify them. For some of you, it's a father figure. For many more of you, it's an absent father figure. And for a small portion, it's an absent father figure who was some kind of addict or who left because of an addiction, and has therefore shown you that you are not slave to the same kinds of impulses. Even for some of you, it's a father figure that's passed on, but in sort of revisiting their life, and I'm so sorry if you've gone through that, but in revisiting and retracing their steps, you've maybe realised that they were not the figure that they were mythologized to be, and that there was a lot more going on there, and that actually you could have fallen into some of those same behaviours, but you didn't. And that is really, it's saying that you're not impulsive, but also with this card, it's saying that you're not childlike. That's not to say that this person was, because these are both quite mature cards. But again, double-edged sword, but I think that the thing going on here is that you almost feel like you couldn't be childlike, you couldn't have a childhood, right? Because you had to notice this stuff, you had to be the reliable one, the not impulsive one, the person who perhaps couldn't be creative because of something to do with this masculine figure. Now, if there are some of you who don't resonate with that fatherly energy at all, and that's fine, because we don't all have dads, and we don't all have dads that figure in a negative way, then there is something about this that's like maybe a male relationship, or a relationship with someone who was quite impulsive, quite dominant, fast moving, very sure of themselves, possibly a leader, particularly in their career. But, if they were a figure at home, I suspect they were the head of the house. And if they were in a relationship with you, I suspect they were in charge of pretty much everything you did, whether or not that later became something that you wished was not the case. But Knight of Pentacles, it's the slowest knight, but knights by nature are still kind of fast. So the combination of those energies is someone who makes quick decisions, but slow progress, right? So somebody who is, like I say, perhaps very sure of themselves when at work, or perhaps, could be quite impulsive, could be quite easily addicted, but then, make slow progress on projects, or, if they were involved in the family, maybe things within that family unit kind of, hiccups, channeling, things within that family unit possibly developed with a kind of slowness. The pace at home may have been quite chill, or maybe even sleepy, right? Knight of Pentacles can be like stuck Taurian energy as well. So it could be that this person was relatively stubborn and kind of stuck in their ways. And that does go with this dominance of this King of Pentacles, who is normally a card I like, by the way. But in this reading, I'm a bit like, really, man? Really? Because you've got you on the one hand, that this person, you're very reliable, you're very accountable to others, you've had to be very what you see is what you get because of what you've experienced, perhaps in childhood. And then this person that's kind of got more control than you, potentially more power than you, could even be a kind of boss figure, is almost like the reason that you've had to be this way. So, yeah, I keep saying it, but double-edged sword, right? For a reading that doesn't have very many swords, it's certainly got an air of being sharp, if that makes any kind of sense. Okay, so if it's not a daddy, and if you're not inclined towards men, what is this? This is somebody who you worked with, or a particularly masculine friend, or somebody like that fits those qualities. And again, we're in the realm of the unconscious largely here, so it may be that this isn't even a person that is that important to you if those things aren't clicking for you, but certainly the realisation that A, you can't just let go and be childlike, and B, you are not an impulsive person, will have happened at a point for you. And I think if you trace back to that point, it will become clear who made this made this clear to you, illustrated this for you, right? But like I say, my feeling for most of you is on the dad stuff or like fatherly energy. Even if it was missing fatherly energy, there's definitely a sense of like, that is why you couldn't just be a kid, you couldn't just be creative, you couldn't... I'm noticing the hand here as well, kind of over the heart. It's like, oh, I hate this. This reminds me of somebody in my own life, actually. But there's almost a feeling of somebody had their hand on your heart to sort of prevent it getting any bigger, right? To prevent the expansion of you into a more loving person, to prevent you from making any mistakes. And mistakes are how we grow. Mistakes are how, again, we experience things. And sometimes they're how we come to be a better person, right? You've become a really stand-up dude, no gender intended, because of what you've kind of been through and learnt to do here. But it's almost like you could have still got to the same place of being that kind of a person without having to go through all the control issues, potentially at home, or at least with somebody, influential. For those of you where the AA stuff is sticking, this person may be somebody that you were listening to at a meeting, and that's when it kind of clicked for you, like, oh, I'm really not an impulsive shithead. Great. And for those who clicked in with the party narrative over here, this could be somebody that you were watching at a party. It may not even be somebody that you have a continuous connection to, but it is very much a person. These court cards are singing out to me as, this is not a situation, this is an individual that clicked you into a place where you realise this about yourself. So, that was some heavy shit, so we're just going to reiterate for a second that you are super reliable. You can overcome addiction even if it runs in the family or it's sort of encouraged around your friendships, etc. You're not impulsive, you're not childish, right? You maybe can be childlike, but you're not childish. And you're not somebody who mulls over all of your options all the time, right? You're somebody who, perhaps if this was a father figure, you've inherited their quick decision making. You've possibly even inherited their capacity for leadership in doing that. You know, that the positive aspect of that night energy is very much in you, in this decisiveness, okay? So bear in mind those things about yourself, because you will want to carry that through. And if there's any part of you that's since been told that you are impulsive or you're easily addicted or, you know, you're fake or whatever, know that those things are expressions of the shadow of the person saying them, because the indication in this reading is that you've got all that nailed, right? So don't worry about what other people are saying to you. I feel like I'm continually telling clients and or friends, like, when people throw shade at you, most of the time it's more to do with them than it is you. That's not to say don't take constructive criticism, but I do feel that you are a person who would anyway, because there is like a heavy weight over this reading of the kind of person that you want to be in the world, right? There's a sense of social responsibility that is paramount to you. And frankly, I really like it, but I also wish that you'd take the globe off your shoulders for a second and realise how far you've come, okay? Right. Next, we have your negative ideas of self. I'm going to kneel down again, excuse any noise and or shifting of camera. Yeah, we've drifted again, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that right now, guys, sorry. Okay, so negative ideas about the self and where they've come from. Again, we're going to start here. We're going to look over here for kind of why, how. So, 9 of Pentacles. This is a really positive card in a negative place. In the same way that when you had positive stuff, you framed it negatively. Are you seeing a pattern here? Wouldn't surprise me if some of you not necessarily suffered with depression, but certainly like the catastrophization element of that, or a lot of anxiety around self-image, the performativity within self. Like honestly, like getting a self-concept reading for you guys is probably piquing your anxiety. If you need to take a break, that's absolutely fine. I'm laughing because I'm seeing myself in this. I'm not laughing at you, but certainly, like, yeah, you're framing good things badly, and the things that you're sort of saying to me, or spirit is saying to me, that are bad, they are actually good things. It's just that they've hindered you along the way, if you see what I mean. So what am I on about? Nine of Pentacles. It's a card of being self-sufficient. And again, for some of you, because of all of this history we've covered up here, that's already going to be triggering you off in a way of like, I shouldn't have had to be self-sufficient. I shouldn't have had to provide for myself for so long, or to be able to leave a situation, or, you know, in some cases to be able to take care of other people because somebody else wasn't doing their job, or whatever it is, right? So there's a bitterness around this already that I'm feeling, and it's sort of coming over in this, I don't know if you can see this sort of sketchy painting in the top, right? There may even be a religious connection, because I'm reading that shape as a church. Maybe for some of you the meetings were in a church, or you had a religious family or whatever, but yeah, there's this sense that you're very okay on your own, but you didn't want to have to be on your own, right? and it's a negative because your subconscious view of yourself is of a person who will never be supported. And particularly for some of you, a person who will always be single in some way. I don't know whether that's like you're in a partnership and you feel that it will never be... Oh wow, this reading is really heavy. Whether you're in a partnership and you feel that it will never be a truly deep connection because you always have to measure yourself and make sure that you're in check because of what happened to you. Or whether it is just literally that you are single and you feel that you can't find somebody, or you feel that you can't let go enough to rely on somebody else because of this sort of issue of control that's almost been handed to you from outside, right? So yes, you're financially well off. Yes, you're probably rather glamorous, rather luxurious, right? And that should be up here, no? But it's down here in the negatives. And I do feel really the core message of this, without fluffing it up with anything else, is you feel that you'll always be alone. You feel subconsciously that you will always have to struggle, and that other people are not necessarily reliable enough for you to hand it to them. Even if you have some very honest and kind and wonderful people in your life, I think that it's habitual for you now not to ask them for assistance because of something that you've learned along the way, right? And like I say, all of this can be very unconscious. So if you're finding this triggering, but then you're also going, well, I don't think I do that, but you know, you're responding emotionally, then I would say your emotions are suggesting that you do feel that way on some level, right? It's going out on your own, particularly for my feminines out there. The Nine of Pence, if you're feminine or feminine presenting, can be somebody who feels like the old maid, or who feels that they will become that way, or for whom, you know, the prospect of family or companionship in friendships or whatever feels very hollow because of the projections of the society around you about how you should be doing things. So that may hit for some of you, it may not, but okay, where's that come from? From a Queen of Cups. What a surprise, we've got another figure in this. For those of you who resonate with the family thing, this could be Mommy Dearest. That doesn't mean that either of these people are bad people, by the way. I'm not out to demonise anybody, I just want to understand how you came to certain conclusions within your history. And with this Nine of Pence, it's almost like... Okay, there's a split in this because I'm reading generally, right? So some will do one thing, some will do another. For some of you, this is that you did have a mother who was affected by a figure like this Knight/King we've explored, and who therefore told you on some level, be it actual dialogue or not, that you cannot rely on anybody else. Specifically for my females or for my feminine presenting, that you cannot rely on men. because they will always do this, right? We're getting into statements like always and never, and they're coming from this Queen of Cups figure. Particularly within this one, because Queen of Cups is such an emotional and nurturing and beautiful Neptunian card. But in this deck, she's almost concealed by this veil of armour, right? The veil that could be the kind of High Priestess veil between worlds, in this framing is almost defensive. And with these lunations going up her here, there's almost a sense that there was somebody female and highly unpredictable in your environment that made you go, right, well, I can't rely on this masculine person over here, and I need to be careful when relying on myself, but I definitely can't rely on somebody who changes as quickly as the moon, who's very emotionally volatile, perhaps more emotionally responsive in a way that encourages addictions or encourages whatever was going on familiarly over here, right? So there's this thing of, if I can't trust you and I can't trust that person, I will just trust myself. But it wouldn't be in your unconscious negative beliefs in this reading if it wasn't something that A, can be sorted out, and B, needs to be sorted out. For those of you who are not resonating with this being a mother figure, or don't have a memory of a mother figure sort of directly communicating these kinds of ideas to you, maybe your mother was a saving grace in the situation, or maybe you just didn't know her or whatever. There is a feeling of a feminine who is very emotional, very unpredictable, could be very nurturing, could also be quite cold. I'm even getting like, again, for some of you, and I'm not a qualified mental health practitioner to say, take everything I say with a pinch of salt, but for some of you, this is a female covert narcissist who would be emotionally one way around a group and emotionally another way in private, particularly with you, because of the larger dynamic of what was going on. That can be a family thing with a mother, it can be a social thing. For the AA crowd, it may be someone else who was at meetings who would play up their emotions to get a particular reaction, and who therefore made you somehow feel an instability where you turn self-reliant. For others of you who are interested in women or feminine presenting or whatever, this is an ex-partner who was so volatile as to be blamey or, like I say, one way to the public, one way in private. Again, this could be an influence on this thing that you present in a very straightforward fashion because you've been at the brunt end of someone who really didn't. But I feel for whatever reason, this independence that you so excel at actually comes from a lack of trust. And the lack of trust is a negative whether or not your self-sufficiency is framed by the world as a very positive thing, and indeed has probably carried you a long way. Okay, shifting out of that energy for a moment, because I really did not like that, and I'm so sorry if this reading is triggering for you. Next we've got the Wheel of Fortune. Again with the eyes, again with somebody watching at a distance behind something going on. In this case, something very chaotic, something very out of control. Again with the issues of control. So this is about, it's about chance in the positive. It's about things like synchronicity, about the turn of the wheel in terms of cyclical stuff across the year, or in terms of major life changes, or new unexpected stuff coming in. But in this context, again, of being a negative belief about self, there's two things. Firstly, you see yourself as having the potential to become incredibly chaotic and unpredictable if you don't keep this tight rein on your positive qualities. And I can tell you now, it's probably not as bad as you think it is. That's not permission to go off the rails if you are struggling with an addiction or whatever it is. But it's certainly to say that your idea of the self is a lot more chaotic than what would happen if you let the self have free rein, because your experiences already have been very informative and they will allow you to have common sense, essentially, no matter what state you're in, right? But there is definitely a fear here, and I'm seeing all the colours from June. I'm seeing the kind of, or at least the modern adaptation, and I'm hearing the fear is the mind killer thing. So it's like almost as if your fear of who you would become if you let go and you allowed things to play out in a kind of fated way or whatever. You know, if you lost control, if you gave over the reins of the chariot, for instance. This idea is a lot more frightful and fearsome than the reality would be. It's funny because I was actually rereading that speech earlier to sort of, as a protection charm for some stuff that I was charging. But it is like, you know, the thing that he says about you need to allow it to pass through you and look behind you, and where you've gone, you know, the fear will remain or whatever. I wish that I could remember the wording, brain. But you know what I mean? If you don't know what I'm on about, look up Frank Herbert, Fear is the Mind Killer, and just read the speech, because I think this is how you relate to the idea of yourself if you were to let go a bit. And let go a bit can be really different for different people watching, but I suspect that if you're seeing this, you know the area that it applies to you best, and you know where, you know, if you feel that you have had addictions in terms of alcohol or food or sex or whatever, you maybe have the impression that if you lean into that even ever so slightly, the whole thing's going to spin off its axis and it's all going to go to shit, right? But that's not the case. And where you got this fear from, oh, sorry, the other meaning to this, I didn't even go into the second version. The other thing is a fear of the wider world, because the sort of turn of the wheel is like fate, destiny. For those of you who have a concept of things like that, who aren't like a religious or whatever, and are coming into this with a slightly deterministic view of tarot, or at least an idea that there are certain paths that we can go down and that we can sort of alter the timelines of which one we do, that kind of stuff. There is a suggestion here that that shit scares you silly, right? There may even be some of you, and I very much appreciate you being here if it's the case, but there may be some of you who've been afraid of doing stuff like getting a tarot reading or engaging with this kind of stuff. That may play into the religiosity we've seen over here, but it's not actually about what it is that, you know, the Bible or the Quran or anything like that say about divination as a discipline. It's really more deep-rooted than that. It's about a fear of, well, if things are fated, then I have no control, I have no say in this. I can't take back the power in the situation. And that's something you really need to deal with if it's the case for you. Although, like I say, if it is the case, thank you for being here, because it took guts, right? If that is how you frame all of this, I'm really pleased that you've come to me for a reading, and that you're sort of grappling with it and maybe looking at it dead on and saying, how reasonable is this, and how much is it to do with other beliefs that I've had in the past? That can apply, by the way, even if you are my fellow readers, because I did suggest that at the beginning of the pile. There are still some people in here who are thinking, oh, that's not me, I'm a tarot reader, but you maybe had a religious upbringing and some of that stuff is still in there. So my belief shifting gang, maybe that's something you want to focus on, kind of clearing out any remnants from your past that make you feel that you're living in an unsafe universe. Because I can tell you from the experience of doing this day in, day out, like, as much as I get a bit mardy about my own circumstances sometimes, there is no such thing as unsafe once you're kind of, once you acknowledge that there is more meaning to things. It's a case of decoding circumstance, not of circumstance allying against you in some fashion. I hope that makes any kind of sense. If you want me to do a longer video on that subject, I will be happy to. Just let me know down in the comments. But sorry, I'm going to waddle over here to the other side, because where we got this, interestingly, is the High Priestess reversed. So for some of you, this is a literal blocking of psychic skill. If you don't believe in psychic skill, part of me wonders why you're here, but that's okay. Just you hang in there until I finish this interpretation. Yeah, if she was upright, she'd be intuition, she'd be knowing the direction that you're going to move in next. Probably if she was upright, she would be able to unblock this stuck chariot energy, right? She'd be able to help things move along in whatever fashion you felt stagnant. but instead she's here in reverse. And I'm noticing that, is it Mad Hetty in this deck? I think so. But it's like a bag lady iteration of this as well. And she's quite frightening to the outside, and I think even more so in reverse, it's that sense of the unknown being scary again. There may even, I'm just pulled to say this, it's not in the cards, but for some of you there's maybe like a xenophobic or a racist element in something that was in your background, which you're not necessarily affiliated with, but there's like fear within that about the other, about the unknown, if that makes sense. Some of you, like, I don't know, like, the best way I can describe it is there's this Lovecraftian framing of stuff, of like, unknown equals bad, therefore any other race or culture or understanding of the universe equals bad, right? And that's not to say you're a racist person or something like that. We all know that Lovecraft was a bag of shit and that he still wrote good stuff. It's just you have to pick out the good, right? Because a lot of it is highly offensive when you really look at it head on. But sort of getting away from that tangent, it is this fear of the unknown in a big broad sense. And that will only apply for some of you, but, you know, generally speaking, you sort of came into this, the origin of this 10 being where it is that you stopped trusting in the unknown. And for many of you, the core bit of this is that you stopped trusting in yourself, in your own skills, in your own intuition. Perhaps at some point you were blocked from accessing it in a very literal sense. And by that I mean maybe, you know, the kinds of people who started meditation in their teens and were told by strict parents that that shit was evil, or that it was a waste of your time and you could be being productive, or, you know, you name it, right? Or maybe you did start getting into divination and, dare I say, witchcraft or things sort of adjacent to it, and then suddenly had an onslaught of people telling you that it wasn't a good road to go down. If that is your experience, I'd just like to share that, like, for reasons to do with disability, sort of too long to go into here, even though I wasn't from a Catholic family, I went through 2 Catholic schools, and I went on a lot of the retreats and stuff so that I could do my own version of spirituality whilst in an environment of prayer. And on one of those retreats, when I was sort of late teens, I was told, like, pretty much word for word, that because I had such good concentration in meditation, but I hadn't accepted Jesus, I was capable of great evil, and I should stop any of it in its tracks, and I should not come on any more of the events, right? I think that's a wicked thing to tell somebody. I think it's absolutely awful and shocking, and I think that if that person wanted to encourage me to come into the fold in terms of Christianity, that was not the way to do it. Irony is now I'm, you know, pretty syncretist folk witch, right? So some of that stuff does leap back in occasionally, but I guess I'm sharing this to say, like, no matter how it was that your intuition, your time to yourself, your meditation, you know, on whatever level this high priestess was shamed, it's not something that you necessarily need to cut off because of the opinions of someone else. Again, that warning to me, I think, was more about the priest than it was about my journey of spirituality. And I very much, even by that point, I'd come to an understanding of what I thought Christ consciousness was, and it was all very lovely. I wouldn't label myself as Christian, but what I will say is that, like, what that guy was saying about me as a person was dog shit. And I think that for some of you, there is something going on here which has given you this negative belief about fate, because it's almost as if when you tried to tap into the idea of fate, you were shamed and you were shut down, right? Again, this could still be my practitioner pile. It happens to all of us, right? Luckily for me, I had over a decade of stuff under my belt by the time that this guy had said all of this. So I was fine. I knew that I could just, you know, head home and go to the cathedral and tie my knots and do some workings or whatever. See you, all my friends, incidentally. Anyway. Right, so waddling. Right, back over here. Four of Pentacles, negative idea of self. So this is the miser. And when it's in reverse like this, it can indicate things like recession, losing jobs. This may have been an experience you've had or just a fear that you've had quite deeply at an unconscious level. So there is this sense of like, it's not the cliche Five of Pentacles left out in the cold thing, but the Four of Pentacles is like a lack of money, a lack of love, a need to save. And it's, for those of you who are into your archetypes, I would do that in an extended, but I won't here. But it's the archetype of the pirate. It's like bury your treasure before someone takes it, right? You're stashing away all of your gifts, all of your knowledge, all of your love even, all of the person that you are, burying it in the ground and sitting on top of it as if nothing happened so that nobody can access it. So this at the sort of deep subconscious level is a fear that you have about the outer world, that you have to protect what's yours. Some of you will have been stolen from, and that's where this comes from. And that may be, you know, literally money, or it may have just been sort of time, energy, engagement, particularly where this very emotional connection is concerned, or where this, you know, controlling figure over here is concerned. But certainly there was at some point a decision made subconsciously that lack was present, and therefore whenever you get absolutely anything, you must hide it away and stash it. Now, I can't talk about the Four of Pentacles, it seems, without bringing up the Magic Penny song. If you don't know what that is, please look up the lyrics, but suffice it to say that this card is just as much about the energy of love as it is about financial flow. So for those of you who had money stolen from you and decided that you would have a super secret savings account or a jar stash somewhere or whatever, and got into that habit and sort of wriggled in deeper to that fear, know that there is also an aspect of that which reflects emotionally in the way that you conduct yourself presently, right? The Magic Penny line is lend it, spend it, and you'll have so many they'll roll all over the floor. And that is in terms of feelings as well as money when we're in a state where we're not blocked, where the card is as it should be, right? Either where it's upright and in a good placement or whatever. But yeah, so where did this come from? Five of Wands in reverse as well. Wow. Again, with your environment, I think that you were around a lot of conflict, maybe even physical conflict for some of you. Certainly abuse dynamics, whether or not they were between people that you were extremely close to. Again, a lot of you, this is a parental thing, and I'm truly sorry because it sounds horrific. But for others, it was just like you were around a lot of petty bullshit. The Five of Wands is sometimes, it can sometimes be very serious, people clubbing each other in the deck, right? But it can also be just bickering, just endless bickering, incessant bickering. And the loss of creativity and artistry and spirituality that comes from being around petty disagreements for a prolonged period of time. So for some of you, it's an environment. For some of you, it's a job. For some of you, again, it's a relationship or a series of relationships or series of friendships that took you to various environments you didn't want to be in. But whatever that was, is how you got to this idea that you can't give out your love freely because love is scarce. You can't just have your money openly, because it will be stolen from you, right? And for those of you who know how to work with archetypes, I would strongly encourage you to work with the thief in the light, which we all know the thief in the shadow, but in the light, Caroline Mace, don't know how you say it, she describes it as the recognition of that within you which cannot be stolen. That's really crucial here. So there's something here that is above all the fighting, whether or not you were pulled in and made involved. There's something within you that does have a kind of sixth sense about what to do next, whether or not you feel particularly empowered or whether you feel frightened. There is something in you that knows a steadier truth about the expression of emotion than this person had in their very sort of lunar dynamic. No shade on Cancerians, etc. I have a stellium. But yeah, there's this thing of... It's like, you know, really, in the middle of you, that there is some stuff that can't be tampered with. But life has fucked with you so hard, man. It's really tried to get at it. Or it seems to you, in this negative viewpoint anyway, that life has tried to get at it. So you're kind of pulling it all to yourself. You're bundling it all in. You're stashing it, right? Keeping it in your fort, keeping it in your blanket. And there's an understanding that you will forever be alone in that position. Because if you let somebody through the gates, well, what then? Are you going to be invaded, you know? And I'm kind of here in this reading to distress you. I'm really sorry. But also to tell you that that's not the case. That you can let people in without everything being at stake. That you can have your money, you know, on the side in your own home and not have it stolen from you. That you can be loving and giving within friendships or close relationships and not have that thrown back in your face or taken away, not be abandoned, not be betrayed, or even not fall into addiction because you've kind of become in love with somebody, which for some of you, that is what's triggered all this off and led you to this reading and to me now. Is that you want to love suddenly. You don't want to be single. You're seeing these patterns coming together and you're kind of realising like, oh shit, if I don't change now, you know, on a higher self level, on a subconscious level, whatever you want to call it, there's a part of you going, if I don't sort this shit out, I probably can't get into this dynamic with this person I've got in mind. Whether or not you've met them, I don't know, but, you know, the rest of my shop is for that. But if that's you, you will know. I'm going to move on, right? Okay, so what are we going to do next? Which side should we do? I think before we talk about how to transform these negatives, we're going to look at why they happened in the first place, what the purpose was in an overarching sense. So again, waddling. So I'm going to move these up so you can see them. We've got the Hermit, the Ten of Wands, and the Page of Swords. So I'm not going to read these with any other particular cards because that's not how this format works. But what can we say in general? Well, you've learned how to be alone. I know that that's really not what this Nine of Pentacles person over here is wanting to hear from me. You're like, oh, fucking great. I can be alone successfully. How many years have I practiced being able to do it all by myself? Fucking successfully. I know that you want to slap me through the screen. I apologise, but genuinely, it is a positive that you've learned how to do this by yourself. And also with this particular version of the Hermit, it's interesting that we've got this High Priestess stuff and this stuff about intuition and all of that and my little ramble story, which I apologise that it went on so long, but this Hermit, you can see these sort of mirroring hands, right? To me, that is like this hand belongs to this man. Can't remember the character, but that may be relevant. And this hand is like translucent spirit hand, right? It's almost like an unseen hand is coming into play. The unseen hand is present. So for many of you in this time of being alone, or at least feeling that you have to be completely self-reliant, whether or not you have partner and family and whatever, there is like a connection back to the spiritual world, or some kind of acknowledgement that if you've come this far, if you've gotten yourself into this kind of a dynamic, you are being aided, right? And I suspect actually that at least on the conscious level, you wouldn't have come for a fucking tarot reading if you didn't believe there was something, right? Even if it's just that I'm pointing you to certain aspects of self, you've got to acknowledge, even potentially as a skeptic coming into this, that you handed the power to me to be able to do that, and that is, you know, it's a relinquishing of control, which is a success for you because you've always had to maintain control, but it's also an acknowledgement that other people can intervene in a way which is healthy. So even if you don't necessarily believe in divine intervention, or you don't want to tap back into that belief if you've had it, there is this like hand of the unseen. There is an acknowledgement that care can come in, that help can come in, that because you've learnt how to be alone, you've also learnt that actually you feel the presence of the aid of others, that you can not be rescued but be assisted, right? 10 of Wands, you have learnt how to deal with incredible burden, particularly intellectual burden, because we've got this kind of, again, fear is the mind killer, but we've got this third eye symbolism on this card. So it's like you have learnt how much you can cognitively and psychically take from the world, and it is a fucking lot more than most people can, I suspect. Whether or not you resonate with all the situations I've mentioned, that is true, okay? So all of this stuff partly, I think, was to kind of lead you to a point where you go, yeah, I can look after myself, I really can. But I also see that there's an unseen hand in this. And I know that even if I was doing it on my own, I can handle a lot of shit, right? A lot of burden. Now, the interesting one over here is the Page of Swords. Now, this is... Swords is always about truth, but the Page of Swords is about spying, stalking, right? Don't be alarmed. This isn't about somebody spying on you to take your money. This is actually about you observing the rest of the world, observing how other people work, again with all of the eyes in this reading, again with looking at other people having fun and realising where your strengths are as a result, right? So there's, yeah, Page of Swords wise, what am I trying to say? You're very aware now, because of all of this stuff that happened to you and because of the assumptions that you made as a result, of the reasons that people move through the world in the way that they do. For some of you, if you have had dynamics with, you know, overt or covert narcissists, or you've witnessed abuse, or you've just dealt with a lot of petty rivalries or power games or control within a business setting or whatever it is, you have now learned quite a substantial amount of, I guess, social engineering, but you sort of, you've come into an understanding of why it is that people do what they do. And I would say that it's on the negative side of those kinds of understandings. You're, I mentioned him a lot, but you know, you may have read your Robert Greene, but also you've absorbed your Robert Greene and decided that the world is evil, right? And that's not necessarily the message that I think the dude is trying to relay to everybody. I think you can know how power dynamics work without ultimately believing that everybody is out to get everybody else. And that's the balance to kind of reclaim, which leads us nicely into the kind of last bit, which is how to transform the self-concept that you've had. So we're going to talk about it in terms of these three cards, because I think you can take these outside of it all, but for you it's particularly useful to look at these negative ideas that are untrue and debunk them a bit and figure out how we're going to step forward. So with this idea that you'll always have to do it alone, we've got the Hanged Man. Very literally, this is meditation for those of you who do that or used to do that. Again, with people who potentially have been shamed for doing that in the past. It's a discipline you want to get back to, definitely. If that's not the case for you, the Hanged Man can be about sacrifice and sort of a self-sacrificial instinct, I guess. Which is to say that if you recognise that this state of being by yourself and not asking for help sacrificed some other stuff, you will be better off, right? If you can bring it to consciousness that actually being alone is not what you wanted, I think that you will do a lot better with that feeling of loneliness. And the thing about the 9 is that it's a very stable card already. You've got your finances in order, you look very cool, you move through the world in a way that is something to be proud of. Normally it's a single card, but it's not a lonely card, right? It's not an incapable card, it's quite the opposite. So I think it's like, yes, you've got all the strengths of the 9, and you need to look at them as a waiting period and frame them as a time where you are learning how to be alone in order to move on to the next phase, but also as a time where you were sacrificing parts of yourself in order to remain alone because of an assumption about the rest of the world which was false, okay? So it's that thing of, should I be afraid of all these things, or are they keeping me lonely? Something that was interesting about this Wands card over here is that before I realised that it was the 5, I thought it was the 4, and I sort of, when I was meditating on these, I was like, oh, that makes perfect sense. Because the 4 of Wands for many is about marriage, family, stability, or at least celebration of achievement. It's like a milestone kind of a card. And I feel really what has been sacrificed for you is either this idea of making your own family, your chosen family, or reaching certain milestones and having a celebration about them without the fear that you will then lapse into something that you don't want to lapse into. And you are not going to, because you've got these here, right? That's not going to be what happens if you just kick back and say, hey, I did well with this thing. Then we've got the Ace of Swords in reverse, alongside this 10, the Wheel. The Ace of Swords in reverse I read as an untruth. So it's just, it's plain as day. Your belief about fate being in control, if you let go of your own kind of locus of control for a moment, is false. Things are not going to come crashing down. Chaos will not reign if you let things just sort of go with the flow, move as they will for a bit. If you're indecisive about something, if you decide not to make a decision, which, you know, I think is more likely because you are decisive. It's just that that instinct to kick back a bit is not really within you anymore. And I think that's actually kind of sad, because I feel like you could have been a very laid back person, but circumstances around you maybe dictated that you felt you couldn't do that. And this is saying that is bullshit, and you can rest, and you can let things be unexpected. And if people put you in spontaneous romantic situations, that doesn't mean that you're going to respond badly just because you couldn't see it coming. Or if suddenly you're compelled by intuition, etc., to maybe move or to maybe change job or whatever, like, yes, rationally think it through. You're a very reliable person, but don't let your reliability stop you from moving with the wheel when it is that you're meant to make that next shift, okay? The reason there are cards in the tarot about control and mastery over your circumstances to an equal number as the cards about relying on intuition and emotionality and spirituality is because if we're really at the sort of pinnacle of our journey, we know how to do both. And I do feel, my dudes, I apologise for this, but I think you've teetered in the direction of too much control, too much logic, to the point where you're afraid of what happens next if you do something on a whim. And this is saying it is within your power to do something whimsical, something for the sake of doing something, right? It doesn't have to be a positive decision all of the time. It can just be an enjoyable one. That's, again, not to say to get back into any addictive tendencies that you have, but it is to say that this fear of the future, or fear of determinism, or fear of, oh God, what timeline am I on? Am I doing the right thing? Am I a good person? Can I avoid this? Will I be stolen from? All of these things. It's bullshit. And you know that now, and you can let go of it. Whether or not you're mad at me for saying it, it's going in now with this reading, and it's ready to come up to the surface. All of these truths are ready to be acknowledged by your conscious mind as being things that your subconscious mind was perpetuating, right? Then finally, we have Death reversed. I just love this Death card. I mean, I am a Sandman fan anyway, but how gorgeous is that? Blue Rose may resonate for some of you if you're Twin Peaks fans or anything, but it's just rad. It's just gorgeous. No reason to show you other than, isn't it lovely? And that's the kind of thing I mean, right? Do things because they're lovely. Do things because you enjoy looking at something, or because it might take you to a place that you didn't expect that was better than the one that you did, right? But with Death reversed, we always have a resistance to letting something die off. And I do feel with it being next to this Four of Pentacles, I'm not saying don't save your money, and I'm not saying don't be discerning about the kind of partners you choose if you are a romantic person. What I am saying is that there's a resistance to letting hypervigilance in those areas go. But actually the way to get past that is to observe the resistance, is to be the hangman character, looking at the death card, how it would be in the upright, how I literally showed it to you actually just a moment ago, and saying some death is beautiful, some death, not literal, but you know, the ending of some things is just as much in accordance with nature as life. And it is just as positive a thing as, you know, a new life, a new start. In fact, a lot of new starts can't happen with something, without something dying off, should I say. We see this in soil cycles, you know, that animals rot into the ground, fertilises the soil in a way that then fertilises the plants, right? And it's all cyclical. And without any of those components, you get agriculture that's slightly off, right? So yeah, it's basically like let this idea that you have to stash everything, that you have to store, slowly die, or at least look at it the next time that your impulse is to keep your feelings to yourself, or keep your money to yourself, or hide your bag from that person that's passing you, or whatever it is, and just observe the impulse, you know, in a very kind of Buddhist way, and go, it's interesting that I was doing that. And the cards suggest that if you do that enough, and if you make it a practice enough, it will naturally die off, because death is a natural process. It's going to happen. It needs to happen. That part of you is ready to die, and ready to still sort of acknowledge all the gifts that you've brought forward, but also to say that this stuff over here that caused it is very much in the past, and I'm ready to move forward now. And I will move forward a stronger, more independent, more resilient person, but that doesn't mean that I need to always have burden, or be a victim, or be independent to the point of excluding others, or, you know, not asking for help, right? There's a big difference. I think in the end, the thing of this reading is you're learning how to be an adult without treating yourself like a child. Right, let's have a look at 3 of these. These are the wonderful This Day I Am deck, where we're looking at unrelated activities that will have a related effect, right? And you'll see what I mean by that when I pull them. Okay, that's already really good. Sorry, I am stood up. It's just easier to see everything. Come on. Can I have 2 more, please? That one wants to come out. Oop, okay. Right. These all make perfect sense. I'm going to tell you why. So firstly, we have getting nostalgic. We've just gone through a reading which was excruciatingly hard. I am sorry. Also very long, and I do apologise. By crikey. But we need to look at all the stuff that we've kind of sludged through in the past as being something that we can reframe in order to get nostalgic about aspects of it. What do I mean with that? So for those of you who have had addictions or had horrible family circumstances, this is going, okay, during the times where I was an addict, or during the times that these horrible things were going on, or I was suffering, or I was watching other people bickering, or whatever, what good things were going on in my life at that point? This is for those law of attraction people. Excuse me, more hiccups. For those of you doing law of attraction, this is obviously like scripting and reframing, and you will already know a little bit how to do this, but for the rest of you, this is just taking yourself back to a moment that happened. We're not eradicating the moment, we're not writing over it, because that's not necessarily psychologically healthy. But what we are doing is saying, what else was in the room that was particularly appealing or pleasurable? Or who did I meet at that time that I could never have met without those things going down? So you're allowed to feel sad about what put you in this position of self-aggrandizement, I suppose. But also you're looking at the same things that made you who you are in what you've construed as a negative way, and saying those times in some ways were positive enough that I can get nostalgic about them now. So never mind all this stuff at the bottom about your all-time favourite movies and all that stuff, unless movies were the thing that got you through those times. But what I want you to do is to reframe that time as the best time in your life. And if you are a writer, maybe write some of this down and go, that was a hell of a year because I did this thing and this thing and this thing. And it'll feel fake as fuck when you first do it. But by the time you've done a page or 3 pages of saying, no, it was really good because of this, I guarantee you will start to feel better about the situations that you were put in, and you will start to reframe it, not as a necessarily positive time, but as a time that taught you a lot and brought you gifts even as you were in a really negative headspace. Then we've got being creative, which makes perfect sense with the amount of page stuff that you've got that's out of balance. Sorry, not page, one stuff, maybe page stuff as well. Actually, the page Freudian slip thing could be because this is being creative in a particularly childlike way. For those of you who it resonated about not really having a childhood, okay, what did you do as a kid when you could do anything like that? Or what did you want to do that the other kids were doing? And take some time to do that. So the card says paint, draw, sculpt, play an instrument, try origami or woodworking, let your creative juices flow. I know that after such a heavy reading, this sounds borderline patronising, but I want you to try and do it. And while you're doing it, I want you to try and process some of this stuff, okay? And then the last one is, this day I am learning something new. Discovering a skill or subject that inspires you, expanding your mind and finding motivation through acquiring skills and knowledge. For this one in particular, because you've gone over the circumstances with the nostalgia and then you've been creative in a way that taps into that inner child that was perhaps, or even in a teenager or in a younger self, right, that was damaged by what was going on around it. I want you to fuck off both of those cards when you do the learning something new, and I want it to be genuinely new in a way that completely separates you psychologically from everything you've just been thinking about. So we're going to process it and maybe get emotional when we do the nostalgia thing. Then we're going to be creative and just see what our inner child or inner younger self wants to do. But then between that card and this card, we're going to shut off completely and go, right, I'm an adult now and I'm past all that and I've brought these nice things along here with me. So what is it that I've always wanted to learn that has absolutely bugger all to do with any of this? And that's your skill. That's your new thing. Could be a language, could be a new instrument if you're that way inclined. But what I want you to do is not do something that reminds you of the past. Because this reading is so heavily drenched in the past, right? It's so sort of stagnated in it that it's almost like this death card that we want to happen will be easier if you let go of all of the associations of it, now that you've heard it, now that you've processed it, and you learn something new for the new you, okay? So, if you liked that, and I know like is a funny word, but if you found it useful in any sense, please hit like, please comment down below and let me know what resonated, what didn't. Subscribe if you're that way inclined, and if you do, please hit the bell so that you can be kept up to date. And if you did want to book a reading with me, either exploring some of this further or just talking about some other stuff to take your mind off it, then you can absolutely do that. And there is a link in the description or a donation button if you want to leave me a small tip. But I hope that that wasn't too taxing, and yeah, good luck with it. You've come a long way, Power One, you really have. And you've brought some wonderful gifts with you. I just wish you'd see them as wonderful. All right, catch you later. Pal 2, I hope you don't feel like this is a cheat, but I just realised that I shuffled your entire thing and the camera wasn't on. So I'm going to take what's come out. And I hope that you will go on trust that it is genuinely what came out. But what I will say is that it was, aside from that, a pretty easy shuffling process, especially compared to Pal 1. So, yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I don't know what else to say except for here are your cards, but I kind of don't want to shuffle them again because I've got a decent meaning. And it sort of follows on from how easy it was to lay them out. I think there's some very positive stuff going on up here. So I'm just going to chill and meditate. You won't feel the cut and I'll be back in a jiff. Right, pile 2, I'm back. I am really, truly, dreadfully sorry about the fact that you didn't see the shuffle there. If indeed you didn't, but I think from the video feed that I thought it was on and it wasn't. I'm really sorry. New setup, these things happen, but yeah, we'll get to your reading. So, we're going to begin over here with your kind of positive ideas of yourself that we need to big up, and then where you realise these or where you got them from. I think in this case it's kind of where you realise this about yourself, not where this stuff came from. Excuse me, I am stood up, so I'll kind of point at things, but my hands will look really big. It's not that the cards are tiny. In fact, no, I'm going to kneel down. There we go, ogre noise. Okay. So, the first thing that we can say about you very confidently, and which you may even be conscious of, sort of more on the surface level, is that you are... you're good in situations where you have to conform, but you're not necessarily inherently a conformist. Now, the Hierophant, for some of you, indicates that this is a reading for a spiritual practitioner, a magical practitioner, or somebody in communications who very literally provides a channel between one world and another. So whether that's that you're at a call centre for something, or whether it's much more kind of esoteric and you're making talismans and channeling this guy and that guy, I don't know, up to you. It depends on who's viewing this. But there is that sense of like almost priesthood, or at least like ceremonial work that transforms one thing into the manifestation on our plane, or kind of relays messages from one thing to another. I'm getting a hit to a previous Marseille reading I did, where I gave the analogy of me relaying a telegram. Like, I don't need to kind of know where the telegram's from to read it out, and that's how this stuff works. And that's how, for everybody coming into it from different religious backgrounds and stuff, we can sort of come to one understanding. And I do think that in whatever capacity you are somebody who reads the telegram, or somebody who connects one person to another person. Although I feel this is like in an energetic and communicative way, and not necessarily in a networking way, if that discernment makes any difference to sort of narrow it down for you. So for many of you, you are magicians, or for some of you, you're just, like I say, in a call centre job or in a job where you connect people to other people. I'm seeing this as like a telephone pole. So some of you are just literally in telecommunications, where you go around and make sure that everybody's got everything where it needs to be, etc., so that they can make a call or connect to the internet or whatever it is. If that's the case, hit me up down below. I love to get a good confirmation. There's also the keys here, which tell me you've kind of got the keys to the kingdom in whatever it is that you're in. So if you are a magician, I suspect you've kind of climbed the ranks in a ceremonial fashion, or in the sense of like what you've managed to achieve in a short time, or who you've managed to achieve it with that you kind of never thought you'd run into. And if this is more professional, then keys to the kingdom could be somebody who's in quite a high position, or has the keys to open and close a place, or a position of relative authority to other people. What I find interesting is that this version of the Hierophant is missing the acolytes. So it's not like you're an out-and-out leader in the sense that you have quote-unquote followers. It's more that the leadership is to do with the strength of your position within a particular hierarchy. Other people don't need to be present for you to have a certain power dynamic within either what you do for a job or what you do spiritually, right? This is what I'm getting. So if that doesn't apply to you, this probably isn't your pile, but for most of you, you will understand what I'm getting at with that. Now, the way that this sort of came to be clear to you was, this can be read two ways. So for some of you, you had a period of madness. Excuse me, hiccups when I'm channeling. So this can be that you had a patch of really bad mental health and you got into spirituality or magic or something like that as a result. And that was kind of the thing that pulled you out, turned the fool upright from the madman into the sacred fool. Or for others of you, it can be that, you had that patch of bad mental health and you took some time off work or whatever it was. You rebooted, reevaluated some stuff and came back in a stronger position, and now you connect people or things in some capacity. The other interpretation of the fool in reverse is that you're not afraid to be seen as the madman. So for some of you, in your workplace, you are the quack. And, and I don't mean that in a terrible way. I mean it in the sense that you are seen by the outside world as a little bit eccentric in your practices or the things you come out with or whatever. But what made you realise your comparative power is that you realised you were willing to be seen that way. That the connection made sort of either informationally or spiritually was enough to warrant that you don't give a shit how the outside world sees you. And in that kind of dynamic, you started to realise, oh, wow, I have come a long way. I have done all of this stuff. I've been a channel for this or that or the other, or I've installed these services here, or I've eventually, office space style, given so little of a shit that I've been given the keys to the kingdom, or I've made a leap into a kind of entrepreneurial move as a result of just not really caring how it comes across that I don't want to do this anymore. So there's some, like the fool in the upright, yes, we know the leap of faith, and I do feel that that took place for you, but I don't think that was when you realised that you had this Hierophant gift. I think actually it was in a willingness to be seen as mad, or a patch of what old tarot would have called madness, which I know it's kind of a slur, but that's indicating mental health issues or struggles. So perhaps circumstantially something happened, you had to take some time out, and then at the end of that time out you went, blimey, I'm really good at this, and you sort of climbed the ranks in some way. So the second really great thing that your subconscious or conscious knows about your self-concept is the Six of Cups. Now this is like a childlike, generous nature. It's a way of seeing the world, which links in with this guy down here who we'll come to. But it's also just appreciation of nostalgia, of beauty, of the small moments and things, all that kind of stuff. And this is really strong in you. And I tend to think from these kinds of cards that you're a complex persona, in that you will simultaneously be seen as having a very adult level of power with a very childlike way of engaging with the world, right? And this Six of Swords, which we'll get to, suggests that you can kind of easily cut off from a situation that doesn't serve you in a way that could be construed as immature, but it hasn't been in your case, because you seem to have this really good balance of child and adult. Remember as well, when I talk about these, I may use words like he or she or whatever, but it's all non-gendered. This is just speaking about the nature of who you are. So with this Six of Cups, this kind of childlike, go with the flow, appreciation of beauty, appreciation of nostalgia, generosity with others, that kind of stuff. The way that you came to the realization of that was a point at which you had almost so many options that many other people would have felt overwhelmed. And your attitude became, oh great, look at how many options that I have, right? So the sort of thing I'm getting in my head, which I don't think will be true for you, but it's a good analogy, is somebody who wants to move house, and on any given day they have an appointment to view 6 houses. And where anybody else in that situation would go, blimey, 6 houses, I can't do all that in a day. I'll forget the questions that I need to ask about this one, and I'll forget the paperwork for this one, blah, blah, blah. And they'd go into a complete shutdown or meltdown. Because of your life experiences, perhaps even because of this period of the Fool, you instead would come to something like that and say, 6 houses, rad, that's like 6 parties in one day. Let's look around them all. And that kind of relaxed attitude to the way that you view things that would overwhelm others is one of your real gifts. I actually suspect you're conscious of that one as well. maybe you needed it sort of putting into words in the way that I'm saying it to laugh along and acknowledge it. But I think that at the very least for these two, they are quite conscious traits. And you should be conscious of them. You should be proud. They're rad things to sort of go with. Again, with this relationship between the 6 and the 7, I do think that how laid back you are about the amount of pressure that you're often under could be construed to other people who don't know you so well as being a negative trait, or a bit sort of too laid back, or a bit stonery, or whatever. It doesn't matter whether you smoke or not, to be honest. I'm called a stoner all the time and I've never touched the stuff, or at least not for the last 15 years. But yeah, it's sort of, it's this thing of like, this person is too laid back. We find it offensive because we would not be okay with viewing those 6 or 7 houses in a day. And your response is just a shrug. Again, I'm getting an image of the guy in Office Space. If you haven't seen that movie, please do watch it, because the main character has your energy. And I say that with such love because I absolutely adore that film. But yeah, it's like, it's not even a direct rebellion against the way that people see stuff. And I think people would want to pigeonhole you into that and say like, oh, so laid back, so stonerish, like so rebellious, so like contrarian, just, you know, doesn't want to see it the way we see it. But I don't think it is that. There's no real determination here to view things in a particular way. If anything, it's interesting that you've come to like a belief shifting or self-concept reading, because your idea of self is positively very in flux, right? You're not set on a particular response to anything at all. And maybe you even think it's kind of weird when other people are, right? But certainly from the outside, I think in the same way that this fool, this madman, is actually the kind of saint of the tarot, I think this easygoing quality that you have with taking on a bunch of stuff and just seeing how it works out and always thinking that it's probably going to be all right is something that people envy, and then they project onto that it's a negative quality, or that it comes from some kind of neglect of reality. I suspect if you are spiritually inclined, you might even have tampered with reality or done some funky stuff with time or whatever, but it's not coming from a negative place. It's coming from a genuine childlike curiosity, and that is the essence of the 6 of Cups. Now with the 6 of Swords quality, this is you sort of being, again, this guy looks like almost the back of this guy, like this major priest kind of figure. So a lot of you are magicians, hi. But there is this sense of like the ease of leaving a concept behind. The 6 of Swords being swords, to many people, is about an intellectual suit. So it's leaving the idea of something in order to travel in a different direction. So you are somebody who maybe has done belief shifting before, maybe has tampered with reality a bit before, or who has exercised a very fluid attitude to self-concept as a thing, right? And where that comes from in you, it's sort of, excuse me, just shifting around. Yeah, where that's from within you is this Knight of Cups over here. Now, that can mean one of several things depending on how you identify and present to the world. If you see this Knight of Cups and you go, yep, that's me, regardless of what your gender or presentation or anything is, then I suspect it is you. And this is a figure that we know as romantic, imaginative, a bit whimsical, a bit sort of rushes into things in an emotional and jubilantly Uranian kind of a way. Like, people may be surprised by that because I think it's the Fool that's Uranus, but I see the Knight of Cups as quite a Uranian as well as a Neptunian figure. You know, this, it's not even a spirit of rebelliousness, because you can't be rebellious if you are revolution as a thing, right? And it's almost the same with you, that like, it's not that you're organising a revolt, it's that it naturally kind of happens around you because of the person that you are. or it's not that you were going to propose to somebody, it's that you were just so in love with them in the moment and it seemed like the right time, so you did. And that's not to say you're impulsive, because that is a Knight's trait, but I don't think it's that. It's that stuff just kind of, it's a Jupiter thing as well, stuff just kind of slots into place around you in synchronistic fashion, which again is why I think that many of you are on the magical path, because you've really learned to step into synchronicity and use it and just kind of follow the scent of whatever's next, you know, go round whichever corner is next on the derive. It'd be interesting to see whether derive comes up in these cards, because it's one of the ones I added. But yeah, so if you are this Knight of Cups, I guess the moment that you realise that you could intellectually distance yourself from a situation enough to work with it spiritually or reframe it cognitively, was a moment where you recognised your nature in some of the way that other people see you. And if that isn't true and you don't identify with that as being you, or the Knight of Cups instantly strikes you as another person, I suspect that this was when a particular relationship that you had or person that you were romantically involved with turned away. And the reason I say that is because the Knight of Cups is the figure who is really looking away from the reading. I mean, this guy's sort of riding off into the sunset, but it's not in quite as determined a way, and there is something blocking his vision to keep him in this kind of thing that we've got here. He's bracketed, right? Whereas the Knight of Cups in his placement here is really staring off beyond, right? So maybe somebody left you in a very real, very earthbound way. Anybody, you know, could be friend, could be family, but I am getting romantic just because the Knight of Cups energy. And at that point, you were able to just start again and remove yourself cognitively from the situation. That's not to say that you would have been free of emotion in that time, or that it was a cold decision, or done in like a meticulous way that was non-beneficial. It's just to say that even if there were swords in your ship, even if there were things about the situation that hurt you, you knew exactly where to go next, and you just did. And that situation kind of showed you how prepared you are for a lot of different things, a lot of different dynamics, for movement in general. And it kind of taught you a deeper truth about the world, something which became very relevant in a different way in pile one, which is that you can trust the universe to get you to where you need to go, or if you prefer, you can trust life to take you where you want to go next, as long as you've got, you know, your keys, your wallet, your head screwed on. Things are kind of going to be all right. And you lent into that idea when you had to separate from somebody for whom perhaps previously you'd put a lot of intellectual investment in staying with them. And this is echoed as well by the fact that when I was shuffling, which I wish I'd gotten on camera, the Two of Cups kept wanting to come out quite a bit, but it didn't like leap out. It just kept separating the deck into two. So I do get the feeling for many of you that there is a romantic dynamic which will be pinging off for a lot of these kind of cards in terms of what triggered off some stuff, whether or not you're together now. I suspect that for many of you you're not, but it was just that it was like a situation that you needed to learn a lot from. Let's not use the K word because it's appropriated and people get the meaning wrong, but you know what I mean if you're into this kind of area, right? It was a situation that you needed to learn a particular lesson, and now you're both in a better place for having done that, but perhaps very far apart. So, on the less great side of things, on the negative side of self-concept, there's the Tower in reverse. This is interesting because it talks about your relationship to crisis. Something catastrophic has happened for you. I don't know whether it was the end and the dissolution of this particular relationship or something in another realm entirely. That's not really within the scope of this reading because we're thinking more about how it helped you to relate to yourself. But what I will say is that, like, with it being reversed, the crisis isn't the problem. The problem is your belief that in order to manage a crisis, you kind of have to rely on others. And I say that it comes up again here, right? Queen of Pentacles in reverse is about dependence on other people, particularly financially. It can be a court card about a person, but I don't see a particular relationship in the eye line between this one and the Knight of Cups figure that we've spoken about before. So I think this is more about the relationship to money as expressed by Pentacles just here. Or at least material assets, you know, where am I going to live? How's my body going to be? All these kind of things. So it could have been a move, it could have been a financial loss, a surgery, you know, you name it, under that kind of Pentacles banner. But the idea here is that, yes, you coped, because the Tower reversed is about overcoming whatever crisis that it is. You know, it's catastrophic, everything's exploding into lightning, but you have the upper hand of the Tower in reversing it, so you come out on top. But for this to be in a negative placement, it's almost like I came out on top because, and the end of that sentence is, I relied on everybody around me. So whether or not you feel very self-sufficient in this area and you feel very able to intellectually separate yourself from stuff that's gone down, there is a sense of dependence here, which brings you a lot of shame. And I suspect from some of the other cards that this is a shame that was drilled into you by somebody either at the time or when you were very young, because there's a few sort of youth cards in here. We've got a Page of Fool and the Six of Cups. So yeah, you came out of it, you survived, but it's not even like at what cost, but it's more like, yeah, you survived, but you think it's because other people were carrying you. And I can tell you now that that's not the case, but let's have a closer look at where these beliefs came from. The Hermit in reverse is a perfect answer as well to this. If we didn't go that way, we could go this way. Because it talks about coming out of hermit mode into relationship with other people. So when we're talking about how it informed your own self-concept, we're saying that your idea of how much you can cope was influenced by the extent to which you relied on others. So there was a time where you had to turn to them, and for that, you began to feel weak, right? There was this weirdness, you didn't like having to do that. There's a bit of that in Pile 1, but to a more extreme extent where they wouldn't take on help at all. And I don't think it's that with you. I think you will take help from others, but I think there's a part of you maybe that feels a little bit guilty when you do, or is conscious of being too dependent on them in a material sense, because intellectually and spiritually you are so independent, you are so yourself, you're almost something that can't be translated for other people, because you know your own mind so much and you're so unique, right? So then to have to translate to those people and rely on them for something, even if just for a small period of time, is quite debilitating for you, or was quite debilitating, should I say. And then with the Queen of Pentacles sort of paired with this moon over here, excuse me, the moon can be about feeling out of control, about everything being a bit wild, a little bit crazy, lots of shadows coming up to the surface, lots of turbulence, disturbance, bad dreams, that kind of stuff. So it's like, again, it's like the need to rely on others made you feel inherently unstable in areas that normally you have a kind of guiding light or a kind of channel between one thing and another, or you're at least very sort of capable and competent within. I suspect that in some way, at the dissolution of a relationship or a job or something like that, there was a point at which you had to ask for help, and the very act of asking for help made you feel unsure of the rest of your faculties. But I think it was something that you did kind of get over on a surface level, because we wouldn't have the Six of Swords if you were still in that space of feeling unstable or feeling like you needed other people. But certainly at the time it would have knocked you off your feet. It wouldn't surprise me actually if this period of this moon was the time at which you had to take a mental health break if that's something that you resonated with at the top. And then we've got this Ten of Swords, which is about carrying so much, burdening yourself with so much that you can't see the way ahead. And the strange thing is, rather than being related to this situation, it's paired with the Six of Wands, which is about success. About kind of a victory lap. You know, it's the warrior coming home from a successful battle and having the laurels put on his head and all the rest of it. So with these two together, my feeling is that, you know, maybe kind of a lesser weight than this reliance on other people that you're a bit ashamed of. But you take on too much in order to achieve success. And at some point in your history, maybe even your recent history, just a feeling, there was a circumstance where you took on so much in terms of projects that there was a success or accomplishment or a particular achievement or a manifestation that was successful, something in one area that you should have been able to indulge in, but you couldn't because you were dealing with all this other stuff. So, you know, that could look like there's a party at work because of a successful deal or project and I couldn't attend because I'd taken on 5 others. Or, you know, I'd always wanted a happy family life and there was this trip that we were going to go on, but, you know, I was barely there because I was on my phone the entire time doing work. Or for the more magical kind of community, it could be, you know, I was indulging in a particular practice and then there was a celebration of a marker of achievement of how far I'd come during, you know, all of this, but I kind of couldn't engage with it properly because I'd set up a load of servitors that I was dealing with, or I'd got meditation at this time and then I was going to this retreat at this time and oh look, whoops, I've missed a fucking Sabbath, you know, like it can be very literal or it can be much more creative and wandsy, you know, spiritual, creative, magical, even sexual, all these kinds of things. You know, it can be, I met the partner of my dreams online, but on the night that I was meant to meet them, I had 10 other things to do. So I either didn't attend or I wasn't fully present and it ended up being a complete sexual flop. That kind of thing, right? You don't have to admit to it down below if that's your circumstance, but you can send me an emoji or something. But certainly, like, it's not as serious as this stuff over here, but there's a sense that, like, you're so hell-bent on success in all realms of life that sometimes you give yourself too much to do, and you feel overburdened, and that overburdened temporary state with whatever it is has somehow kind of sunk into the unconscious as a belief that you will always be overburdened, or there will always be too much to do, or your work is never done. Yeah, that's the phrase, your work is never done. And I don't think that that's true at all. I don't think it's true for you, and I don't think it's true in general. But I think that the way you've organised your life thus far, or perhaps not organised it, if you are very easygoing and you go with the flow, has led you to a point where you've been burnt out, and now you're believing that burnout is the natural state of all humans, which is a silly conclusion to come to, no? Like, from 1 or 2 events, it seems like a bit of a leap, right? If you're practicing belief shifting and stuff, I would say maybe work on letting that go. Okay, I'm going to waddle over to this side and we're going to talk about why it is that you had to experience these things, because I think, you know, you're pretty, like I say, you're easygoing, you're spiritually in touch with yourself, whether or not you're actually spiritual or religious, you know, you're very self-aware anyway. It's not like, why are you here? Because I know why you're here, because you do belief shifting and manifesting and stuff, whether or not you're conscious of it. But I do feel like you can easily take on the responsibility of what I'm about to say. And it's coming quicker than the previous reading. So yeah, like, you already know to an extent why you had these things happen, why these things informed the beliefs that you have. You just kind of needed me to repeat it for you so you can go, right, okay, yeah, I can deal with that. I can process that in this way, wicked. So the first thing about this is that the Page of Cups is, again, going to the magical. Sorry for my atheists and skeptics, just hold off for one moment there. But for a spiritual practitioner of any kind, be you priest, rabbi, ceremonial magician or witch, there is this sense that like engagement with all of these kinds of issues and scenarios, everything up to now that I've mentioned, has allowed you to communicate with the other in the form of this fish, right? That could very literally mean a Piscean in your life, that you're now at a place where you can enter a dialogue with them, maybe as a magical mentor, maybe as a partner, whatever. But I get actually more that it's like the other in the sense of the other beyond the veil, whether to you that's God or it's fae or it's demons or, you know, whatever it is that you want to work with or have been working with. You are now in a place where you can enter into direct dialogue with it, because you have none of the kind of nonsense stuff that other people have about appearing the fool. And you're also very well prepared to belief shift at the drop of a hat and just enter into a new paradigm. You're very prepared to, yes, rely on others. It might be a bit of a shameful thing, but you can do it. And you're also coming to the awareness of how much to take on and when. So there's this very exacting kind of like, it's almost like you can click into the spirit world. That's what I want to say. Like, and I know that for some of you, you're going to be new to tarot and new to me, and you're going to be like, fuck is she on about? But, you know, for a lot of you, there is this sense of if you were wanting to navigate with anything non-human, if you were wanting to go into dialogue with that, or indeed if you have been doing, and that's where this kind of priesthood vibe comes from, this channel, maybe you are a channeler also. It's like you've suddenly, it's like this has been your boss fight, and now you're just looking at it and you're like, yeah, I can do this, I can click in, I can understand straight away. To the point where I imagine most of the people around you are fucking flabbergasted. Like, if you're somebody who like does, I don't want to freak anyone out, but if you're someone who does possession rituals or like live channeling where you take in and your voice changes, or you do anything sort of along those lines, even if it's stuff like automatic writing and expressing the voice of the other through yourself in some kind of instant way, I get the feeling that now, not that this should be a motivation really, but the extent of your skills could really draw a crowd at this point because of the stuff that you've been through and the way you've come to think about yourself. We've also got death here, so as much as this is like the giving of a new gift, it's the ending of a cycle. Sorry, I promised that I'd give a non-magical interpretation of this page, didn't I? So yeah, for some of you it is dialogue with a Pisces that you're ready to let into your life, particularly in a romantic sense because of the cup. It's also that you're ready to acknowledge parts of the inner child. You're ready to sort of revert to a childlike, not childish state, because you've grappled with the idea of the way that other people see how you think versus how you think, right? Or what you think of how you think. Damn, that's complex. You know what I mean? Like, it's sort of pages are they're very studenty, they're very creative, they're very sort of young at heart, and cups is a very romantic, emotional, intuitive suit. So it's kind of stepping into that energy of like, I am a student of life, of love, whatever, and I can now speak to my inner self and or communicate with potential lovers in a way that's far easier. Right, we're done with the Page of Cups. Death. Do not panic that you've got the death card. I think probably most of you won't by this point, because I've got you pegged. I know what you're into. But for anybody brand new to tarot, this doesn't mean someone will literally die. This means there's going to be a new beginning. Something that needed to be let go of will die off. Particularly with this positive Six of Swords up here, I do get the sense that a lot of this process was conscious, that there is something in your life that needs to be exercised, expunged, gotten rid of, KonMari'd, burnt, you name it. Like, you'll know what it is, but there's some toxicity or stagnant pattern or a place or a person that needs to be left behind in the past. And going through all of these experiences has got you to the point where you, A, recognise what that is, and B, know that you already have the skill set to do it. Even though you have some negative stuff going on here, trust me when I say it's nowhere near as negative as at least one of the other readings, probably some more, right? This is a very positive thing overall. Yes, you've had difficulties with feeling a bit guilty about some stuff, but generally speaking, you're pretty, like, you've got life pretty nailed, dude. I'm actually a little envious, particularly if you are a practitioner. You're very, malleable isn't the word, because that implies that you're easily molded by others, but you're in a state of flexibility that I would aspire to myself as a practitioner. You're very open to new experiences, and whatever has led you to this point, whatever crisis endured and possible mental health stuff overcome, you are at a stage where you can just let stuff, what's the phrase? Like water off a duck's back, right? It'll just slide away from your life now if you need to get rid of something. And that is like, it's such an adept position. Like, I'd love to know if you are like a magical adept or something. That'd be really cool. But if you are, I don't know why you're here, because you can read cards really well, right? That's not shade, that's just me being like, wow, check out who's keeping company in the comments, you know? Let me know what you're up to. Okay, so finally we've got this Ace of Swords. So firstly, obvious interpretation, you're coming to a kind of truth. You're coming to the truth of your self-concept. Not like tooting my own horn, because I don't mean in the reading, I mean in your life in general. You're viewing this reading because you drew it in, because you appear to be a master manifester, and it was your time to see a kind of nod from the universe of like, hey kid, you're doing all right, you know? You've got things nailed. So there is that interpretation. There's also one of discernment, of cutting off, which echoes the death thing here. So there's shit, there's people, maybe even jobs, maybe places that you are ready to slice out of the picture now in a way that is a very clean cut, you know? It's like, even if you have a big loss of this thing, not to be too gory with the imagery, but it's like, this is cauterizing the wound as it happens, you know? It's like, it's done with now. It's healed even as it leaves. And that instantaneousness is, it's met by the swift energy of the entire reading, actually. There's a lot of speedy stuff going on. And like I say, when I was shuffling your cards, they came out one after the other, after the other, after the other. Whereas with pile one, it took a great deal of time. They were flying everywhere, going under the table, nearly lost one to a floorboard. You know, so the difference is really there in how you're operating and moving through the world. There's also, with this paired with the roses in this particular deck, not only are you coming to discernment, but particularly romantic discernment, right? So for those of you who identified with this Knight of Cups being a relationship that cut off, and indeed the Six of Cups being about love and generosity and exchange in a sort of childlike, very innocent, very loving way, you now have the skill set to see somebody's red flags coming a mile off and cut them off before that becomes an issue, but also to kind of cut the shit when it comes to relationships. And if you do want to have success with them that isn't overshadowed by all the burdens you have going on, you can just kind of go, right, I'm going to cut off this thing, this thing, and this thing. Like, it's almost as if like you know what to prioritize so that your romantic self can flourish. And obviously that could be in or out of a connection, to be quite honest. You could be happily married, and it's just that you're now learning how to balance all of that in a really healthy way by going into the positive of the sword suit, which is, you know, it's one that we dread seeing in a reading because it's so hard to master, but it's almost like, because of that martial energy, the mastery of it is something to really aspire to. I'd love to be able to get my head around all of the sword stuff, all of the lessons that those cards have, perhaps even more than I'd like to get my head around the majors, because although the majors are, for want of a better word, major, swords cards kind of deal with boundaries and issues of discernment, separation of the self from others, separation of concepts from each other, language, sacred speech, how to express oneself in the world in a sacred way. There's all this really cool, deep stuff going on with swords, and I just, yeah, I'm kind of jealous. I'm not going to lie. This entire reading, I'm like grinding my teeth a little bit. Like, yeah, you did good. You did good in a way that I wish I did as good as, right? So I guess that's something to pull from this as a general self-concept thing. Is like, your self-concept should be one of a great deal of praise and self-admiration, if I'm quite honest. That it may sound like a cheesy and uncomfortable phrase, but I think it's appropriate here. I think there's a lot to be proud of in the way that you've dealt with stuff. And even in terms of asking for help from other people, I don't think that that was a misplaced request, or necessarily that you could have done it all without them. And that's not to say that you're not self-sufficient. It's to say that you acknowledged in a sacred way the need sometimes for other people and other influences and new stuff to step into life. And you kind of, in the same way that you were able to engage with your surroundings by saying, hey, whatever comes, comes, in this, analogy that we made here, you also kind of applied that to other people. And I think that's what you're missing here. I think you're only harsh on yourself for needing help sometimes because you don't recognise that asking for that help is also an invitation to the universe to express itself, albeit through other people and through stuff socially that you don't expect, right? So, last little bit of the tarot and then we'll get to that. But we're talking about how it is that you transform these aspects of the self-concept. So for each of these, we're going to kind of look down over to here. I should say at this point, like, I don't think I've said it in the other readings, but this is a format that's unique to my shop. So if you see it anywhere else, give me a nudge because it's mine. Not that self-concept is my idea remotely, but, this kind of layout and stuff. Any of the try before you buys are kind of the way I do things. Anyway, that's very possessive of me. I'm not really sure why there's something about that here. Ah, okay. Yeah, the reason I'm being fucking possessive over my intellectual / spiritual property, as if anyone owns anything, is because there's a relationship between these. So we're going to go that way instead of this way, just because, go with the flow. It's what you like to do, right? So with this taking on too much, the way to bust it is the devil in reverse, which is like the release of bondage, but it, untying yourself from a concept, which begs the question, well, what was it that was the concept for this 10 of Swords? I keep saying swords, it's not swords, it's wands. Again, like, suffering is the swords equivalent, so maybe you felt that you needed to take so much on because, like, there's a subconscious understanding that if you're not suffering, are you really working? That's a thing. Anyway, aside from my Freudian slips, it begs the question, what is this 10 of Wands actually representing in order for you to free yourself from the bondage of it? What is the chain between these two cards that you can cut through with this magical Ace of Swords over here? And I think for you, because of the way that I was just getting all possessive and antsy, it's almost the idea that if you don't do a job yourself, you can't take credit for it. So professionally, that may be, you're within a team or within an environment where acknowledgement is contested for a particular project, or someone is taking the credit or whatever. At home, this could just be that, like, if you don't get a job done yourself, someone else will do it poorly and then, maybe blame it on you or whatever. Spiritually, it can be an issue of kind of what I was getting at, where it's like, it's not intellectual property, but it's kind of your spiritual or ritualistic design, your particular way of doing things. You're a little bit nervous that if you give too many of your secrets away in this Hierophant fashion, eventually somebody's going to kind of claim to be you or take your idea with a little less experience than you have. And so you almost take on a little bit too much in terms of doing it all yourself to prevent what feels like theft, but kind of not. This can be a creative thing as well because it's wands. So for those of you who are artists or writers or musicians or whatever other creative outlet, this can be releasing yourself from the idea that if you're not creating 20 things at one time, it's almost like you can't possess that craft, or you can't say that you are, you can't say that you are a practitioner, right? So that goes for my witches and for my artists. So be wary of that. Be wary of this idea that, like, if you're not, it's like, if you're not doing the most, then there's a sort of hidden assumption that the most will do you, you know? And I don't think that that's the case at all. So I think, yes, breaking of bondage, very basic answer, but the real crux of it was in that quite uncharacteristic thing for me, actually, of saying, hey, this layout is my idea, because it's almost like I'm picking up on your energy of like, this thing I'm doing here, it was mine, but also these 20 other things I'm doing, they were mine too, because if you don't do that, it's almost like it becomes too separated, too Neptunian, too wavy gravy, and the ideas that you've come up with and the progress that you've made in your mind just float off into the ether and can be, you know, picked out of the sky by anybody and used for any purposes, and that's not necessarily what you want. I don't think that's how it works. I think you know enough to know that that's not how reality works. So watch yourself with feeling possessive over the progress that you've made to the extent that you're giving yourself too much work, right? So that's how for now with that one. Then we're coming to this feeling of reliance upon others. And you can see that she's focusing on the finances and on the need for financial help. And the answer to that is an offering of financial growth. Again, this can go one of two ways. If, like I suspect, you are a practitioner and this is the idea of the ace, so it's the, excuse me, hiccups again. Ironically, the gift from sort of outside of yourself, from life, from God, from whatever, it's like the answer to feeling that you need to be reliant upon others if any of this were to go down again and you feel kind of shifty about that, is to trust in the idea that actually you're being offered stuff all the time, and to acknowledge those offers perhaps in a formal way, like a synchronicity diary, or, you know, for those of you who do scripting and stuff, like writing in the present as well as what you desire down the road. So doing gratitude, but also doing like almost present tense scripting where you really get into it on an emotional level. If you do scripting, you know what I mean. If you don't, that's probably not a message for you. And then the other sort of option for people who aren't in that world and don't know what I mean by offer from the other, or don't believe in something coming in and sort of helping you out, it's the idea that you can make your own book, right? You can, or if this was a medical thing, it's like the integrity of your own body. Or if it was a living space thing, it's like you have a home now, or you will have a home, or it's the aim to be self-sufficient in a very material way. So this is saying that this fear about reliance will be grounded by the attempt to make something materially happen for yourself that kind of can't be broken off. That's what I'm getting at. Took me a while. And then finally with this tower of like, I can't survive without other people, even though I survived. The sun is about joy, so it's just about the acknowledgement that, yeah, but mate, you did survive. Like, it doesn't fucking matter how you got there. It doesn't matter whether you had to ask for help. It doesn't matter whether you fucked off some of the other stuff that you had been working on, or you felt overburdened, or whatever it was. Just acknowledge that this massive fucking crisis happened, and you came out relatively unscathed. Like, look at you now. Look at you go, right? So the sun is a call to a literal celebration of that. And again, that could be writing down stuff for some of you, or it could just be like throwing a little party. For those of you ritually inclined, have a party that is also a ritual, you know, thank yourself, but also anything else that was involved. And that really speaks to the sort of central oracle card, and you would get a lot more oracle cards in the extended, by the way, but transformation. And 27 adds to a 9, which is also about transformation in an independent way, right? So you did this by yourself. You managed to get here off your own back. Yes, you had help from friends or family or whatever. Yes, you definitely had spirit involvement, for those of you who believe in that stuff. But at the root of it, you are the person who turned shit into gold, right? And that is something that deserves acknowledgement, and that I hope that you can take away from this reading, but not quite yet. Because in celebration of your achievements thus far, and your status as a completely rad individual, may I say, there we go. You're going to have 3 activities unrelated to the circumstances of the reading, but completely related to self-concept and processing any of the negative self-concepts that you have. This is the This Day I Am mental health cards, by the way. They're brilliant. Let's have this one. And I think we'll have this top one as well. Okay, so today you are feeling grateful, writing down 5 things that you're grateful for and focusing on these throughout the day to find motivation and feel gratitude. I would suggest also that those are all things about yourself and about how you broke out of the tower, right, and got into the sun. And about these things that I've mentioned up here in terms of what it is that you've carried forward. This day I am binge watching. Grab the remote and start that new TV series everyone's been talking about. Indulge in each episode and unwind. For those of you who are magical or spiritual or whatever, you know the show or the movie already. I suspect it interlinks with all the stuff you've been working on. Or there's like a recommendation along witchy lines for something that you've been meaning to say. This is just a thing I'm getting. But you know what it is. For those of you who don't believe in anything, glad you're here. Love you lots. Just check out something new and it'll take your mind off any of the, not worries, but just off this reading so that you can have that useful death and take the next step. And then this day I am beating my high score. Whether it's on a games console, a board game with friends, or even at a local arcade, find time for fun and beat your high score. Okay, 2 things from this. For those of you who identify with the romantic component and perhaps have someone in mind, would be good to have a gaming night with them, or a visit to an arcade or something like that. This is just what I'm being told, right? They'd be into that. For others for whom that's not necessarily a thing, or you're, not in that situation or whatever, again, tie it in, right? Like, particularly if you're like a tabletop or roleplay gamer, how you can kind of further expel what needs to be expelled from your current circumstances by playing that out in a fictional way. And even those of you who aren't magicians but have just, watched enough Stranger Things or played enough D&D, you know what I'm getting at there. Like, if there is stuff that needs to die off from your life, if there is stuff that you want to practice doing before you do it, or some stuff you want to get to the crux of before the next step, which is very exciting, by the way, then do that in a gamified way. And I don't mean like gamification of habits. I mean just literally play it out, right? Role play is big here. So I hope that was useful, Pile 2. If you liked it, click like. Please let me know how it resonated down below. Please tell me what you're into, if it's any of the weird shit. I'd love to make more friends of that inclination. And if you did enjoy it, please click subscribe as well. Ding the dong so that you're always in the loop. Share with friends if you thought that they might be into all of this. You don't have to share your reading, just get them to pick a pile. And hopefully I will see you again soon. But if you walk away from this with anything, let it be pride, because you're really rad. And dead interesting. Blimey. Alright, see you later. Delectable and delicious, Pile 3. Let's clear the way a bit, shall we? Ears closed. Okay, I'm going to shuffle. Pile 3, preliminaries. Almost choked on a cherry right before this reading, a cherry stone, sorry, because I was eating cherries too fast because I was too tired. So either you've been eating too fast, or you've had a craving for cherries, or you've been watching The Witches of Eastwick, or something, but this is your confirmation because I was asked to say it. Also, that was a very simple and easy shuffling process, which is always nice, but the tune that I was whistling was canned music instead of spontaneous music. It was something from, what's it called? The Soldier and Death, which is an episode of Jim Henson's Storyteller, currently available on Prime. It is fantastic. If that speaks to you, go watch it. I've realised the candle went out. I don't know whether that's significant, but I'm going to put it back on. I'm going to stop rushing my words and my food. You may be doing both. And then I'm going to meditate with your cards, and there'll be a quick cut, but you won't even notice it. Okay, pile 3. The candle wouldn't light for you. Which, looking at your cards, I feel like you're about to say, story of my life. That's not to worry you. It's not a bad reading. It's just that there's definitely a lot of frustration here. There's a lot of framing the world around you as some kind of assailant or tricksy thing to be dealing with. There's big trickster energy in a few of these tales / cards. But there's also the sense of a world that's a tricky place. And I find it ironic that we've got the Honesty card as your Oracle card. You would have more Oracle cards in the extended version, by the way, but this is a pretty apt one for right in the middle. Especially because this horse kind of looks like like he doesn't know which way he's going. He doesn't know why he's in a graveyard. And if he's honest, he doesn't want to be here. So the honesty is in part just like, yeah, we've hit a point now where we're not happy with this. And I think that part of you stumbling on this reading today is about the recognition of a situation that is not working for you. Not a situation, that makes it sound like something fixed in time and place, and I don't think it is. There's a pattern that you've outworn. So let's take a closer look. Excuse for the noise, I'm just sort of kneeling by this to get a better vantage point. Firstly, we'll start with your positive ideas of self-concept. 5 of Wands might seem like a negative card, but in a positive sense for the self, this is somebody, or you are somebody, who has endured a lot of competition, a lot of... You've come out on top in several situations where it felt like you might not. For many of you, I'm feeling this is in a highly competitive professional environment, which you didn't think you'd get a couple of rungs up the ladder in, never mind to where you've gotten to, right? For others, this is that you have defeated considerable romantic competition for the affections of somebody that you hold dear. Notice there is one blue person in this group and the rest are all kind of warring with each other. There's also one woman I notice and the rest are all kind of men fighting with each other. That doesn't mean you have to relate to the genders there. It's just this idea of like being singled out in a world full of conflict in order to get to the thing that you're after, be it blue guy or be it the only girl, right? You do you. But yeah, 5 of Wands in the positive is being in an environment where conflict, where bickering, where hot competition, perhaps even like athletic competition or competing at a professional level at something are really at play, and succeeding in that against all odds. It wouldn't surprise me if like people watching are, people who've climbed to the top from having absolutely no money to like CEO level, or people who are now Olympians, or, that may seem like a very exaggerated thing, but I think the achievement of this is paramount, and it's reflected in some of the other areas of the reading that you sacrificed a lot to get to this vantage point, right? And I'm not sure that you've acknowledged it because it's a negative card in a positive placement. Lots of echoes of pile one here. Not that I'm saying watch it because it's like over an hour, but you know, there's a lot going on in terms of shifts you've had to make in order to engage with this one particular dynamic and be the best and come out on top. I'm hearing Tyra from America's Next Top Model. Some of you that will resonate, some of you it won't. Please don't look it up if it doesn't. And the thing that's made you kind of realise, or the thing that's, sorry, not made you realise, because I don't think it's conscious. I think me saying this to you will be like, oh yeah, I guess I have done that, right? But the thing that sort of brought this situation into your life is the need to be speedy with communication, the need to make quick decisions, the need to just be forthright in a particular situation, which is why I suspect that this is either professional or romantic / sexual, because it's in both of those arenas that one has to, well, firstly, that one overtly has to compete with other people, and secondly, that one has to do so kind of with words and with speed and with quick decision. And there's almost a sense with these two together that if you were to make one false move during that process, you would have been out, right? But luckily you were in that Knight of Swords energy and you were kind of charging forward. So that's really good. That is something to take into the future that is a point of pride for you. You have steadfastly beaten the competition. And I would dare say you've done so with fairness, looking at some of the other cards as well. It's not like you've been sneaky or underhanded in order to get to where you are. You've just done what was asked of you and been better than the other people trying to do the same thing, right? Or, I mean, maybe not better in a romantic situation because we're all equals, but you've been better suited for the task at hand at every point, and you've used that and you've worked hard and you've got to where you need to go. So a big part of your self-concept, whether you acknowledge it or not, is as the kind of winner, the succeeder, the person who's beaten out all the competition and got to the top. For some of you, you may be a literal fighter and you've just won pretty much every fight. Or, you know, not to presume that I'm reading for Rocky, but it's not that, right? Okay, so moving on to the second positive self-concept thing, we have this Five of Swords. This is Isis crying about Osiris with Set. Just based on what I know of this story, this is a card about being bullied and about kind of taking that on the chin and not retaliating immediately, but kind of having a master plan for later on. Spoiler alert, in Egyptian mythology, Isis comes out pretty much on top, right? Again, on top. But at this moment that we're looking at the card, Set has the power, right? And there's a very plutonic, underworldy, harsh energy to it, you know? It's the weeping over what we think is a total loss, but persistent strategizing after that point to make it a win again. So for those of you who identify with the workplace or professional competition thing, I get the sense that maybe your co-workers, your teammates, maybe even your bosses have not been the nicest people. And perhaps you have also been left crying in a corner at various stages. But rather than take that on yourself and become the next bully, or try and fight your way through in, like I say, an underhanded way or anything like that, you've come out of that, the better person, you've taken the higher ground, and later on, you've resurrected this thing that you thought you'd lost, which in this story is her son. Literally the sun. and you've kind of brought the light back to the situation, right? And maybe that was something at the time that you didn't think you could do. So we kind of know where this one's coming from, but this line is designed for that. So any sort of further information is this Queen of Swords in reverse, which implies that the situation here where you feel that you've been bullied or you've had to handle some kind of conflict with a lot more grace than the person perpetuating it is one of elitism, one of ostracization, being ruled out for a certain position, or you know, if it is a romantic situation, I get a strong feeling that you could have been told by family members or friends that you weren't good enough for this person, or that you never be suitable, you know, as an in-law or just as somebody who could keep company with them. And yet, despite that, you've not only managed to sort of fly in the face of that, but you've also beaten out any competition that was quote unquote more suited for this person, although we know that they weren't, right? So I think there's two interpretations that still stand, which is the professional or the romantic. But in both scenarios, you've faced a great deal of social adversity in order to succeed in a realm that isn't necessarily social, right? Three of Cups as a positive self-concept. So you know how to party, right? You know how to have a good time. You've perhaps got a very vast network of friends or particularly close friendships, which may fly in the face of all this tension that you had to endure in the past. And I think what made this much clearer to you, and maybe this is one of the conscious assets that you will go, yeah, absolutely, I really do have great friends or a lot of friends, or this could even be like followers on social media. You could be particularly popular for whatever it is that you're doing. But there is some sense of social prestige here, and I think that what kind of brought it to the forefront in your life when we're looking over at this end with this Ten of Swords is when you did feel that you were drowning, when you were bullied, when you were struggling, that network of friendships or followers or, you know, whatever it is, but these close social alliances and allies are what kept you moving forward. And I use the word allies quite intentionally because there's also some, for some of you, there's like a same-sex connection or something to do with sexuality, orientation or identification going on here, which meant that you were bullied in a corporate environment or kind of cast out of a social group. And like I say, instead of retaliating, you took it on the chin, turned to others for support, and eventually kind of played the long game and got to a position of relative power again, right? Again, not for all of you, because this is a very general sweeping reading for lots of people in mind, but yeah, there was tension, you overcame it, you beat out the competition, you held your head high and took the high ground when you were bullied, and you have strong social alliances, which I think will remain strong long into the future, no matter what happens with anything in the rest of your reading. So yeah, well done, great things to take forward. Now when we get to the slightly more difficult stuff, a lot of this, I know it's a self-concept reading, but a lot of the stuff that you're finding hard on a subconscious level is to do with self-blame and lack of trust in the world to support you, because you've had to do some things in order to support yourself that you've felt at various times were either disingenuous or unsustainable as solutions. And I get the sense more broadly that you would describe yourself as a person who hasn't really found their niche, which is kind of crazy to me when we look at this 5 beating out everybody else in your niche, right? It's almost like, well, you have this superpower and you're kind of, I don't want to use words like better when we're talking about people, but you know, you've surpassed a lot of other people in this thing. And yet all across this section, there is definitely a feeling of somebody who can't settle into a place, who is constantly busy with different activities that they feel pulls them away from other things, who is perhaps, you know, getting the feeling that they're kind of at the mercy of fate or the whim of the world as to what they do next. And for some of you, that feels that they have betrayed a younger person be they a younger partner or in some cases a child, in order to continue this lifestyle where they can be flexible enough to pursue the stuff that this is about, which is partly why I say I think it's career, because that looks like a workaholic pattern to me. Or if not workaholic, kind of a desperate search of a seeker, like finding oneself by trying out so much stuff that you end up exhausted and kind of feel more stagnant than you did before, right? So to sum up a negative self-concept, we've got a story about somebody who's constantly moving from place to place in the positive, but depicted with a snake looking at some money. So it's like there's a guilt there about the eyes being on the coin, and there's a feeling of slithering or being sneaky. Not to do injustice to snakes because I love them, but that's what I'm getting from this in a negative place. Then we've also got a card that's usually about triumphant movement forward and a great deal of control in a position that indicates stagnancy, frustration, sometimes even like lagging behind and a feeling of laziness and stuckness. Almost like the impression of yourself simultaneously that you're too bothered about your coin to settle in one place, but also like you don't put the effort in. Now this can't be true if this is true, because nobody gets to the top without a little bit of grit, right? And this can't be true, actually, if a lot of things kind of over here are true, because there's enough of an anchor in terms of your relationships with other people to suggest that you do have a home, right? You do have a base that you keep coming back to, a set of friends, potentially a family, or at least a partner. And yet the feeling almost is like one of being stranded. And then you've also got a card about the whims of fate. And this is a very personal, associative way of reading it. But for me, Anansi and Spider is quite a double-edged sword of a symbol because of some stuff that went on with me medically. And I can see spiders both as, the web weavers of the universe and the weavers of their own reality, and quite sacred beings, simultaneous to seeing them as terrifying and as a symbol of a particular kind of victimization that I underwent from a medical perspective. Now, I'm not saying that medical stuff comes into this reading. It might. That might be your profession. I don't know. But what I am saying is that from Spider particularly, and from Anansi, as much as it's like childlike joy that accompanies these trickster tales that he's in, the feeling that I get from this placement and from it being a spider is fear. Is a deathly fear of the world at large, of being stuck in somebody else's web, or of the failure to spin your own. And I really feel like that sort of encapsulates the former couple of cards. When we get over to this end and kind of what led you to this headspace, firstly, the Page of Cups in reverse. So this is a betrayal of a literal child, of a partner who is very childlike, or perhaps a few years younger if you've got an age gap relationship. It could also be a situationship that you had to drop to pursue other things. Or lastly, this could be a betrayal of the inner child if you are steadfastly single and quite happy that way. Or if you're like in a marriage and you don't feel that you've betrayed your partner. I do feel that this could be like I fucked myself over. I fucked over the imaginative, sweet, innocent part of myself. Although also rabbits are a very sexual symbol, at it like rabbits, right? So for many of you, this is a connection who fucked real good, who you may have had to either drop or let down repeatedly in order to keep afloat and keep pursuing what it is that you were pursuing socially, career-wise, academically, and all these other things that you've kind of kept afloat. So that really is what led you to this fear that you're never in one place long enough. And specifically, like, never in one place long enough to love is what's coming through. If it's not that you're moving around, I feel many of you travel for work or you're like internationally based or something like that. But if it's not that you're literally moving from place to place a lot in order to kind of chase this identity that you're seeking out, or this sense of career that you want, or whatever, then there's certainly the sense that you're intellectually migrating all the time. You may be somebody who's quite ADHD, who has quite maybe even like bipolar tendencies, where you're sort of, you can get obsessive about a new thing and then it switches and then it's another thing. And I don't say that to do down anyone with disability or to insult you for that particular thing. I think actually it can be harnessed as a very kind of lunar, ever-changing, beautiful energy if one taps into it in the correct way of kind of acceptance of that being one's nature. You can learn to be a lot more flexible than other people, because you do have these changes. You know, you shift like the moon. You are, strangely, for the lack of water in this reading, you seem very tidal. You seem like you ebb and flow with these new ideas and new projects, right? But there's kind of a sense that in shifting, there's a subconscious belief that each time you shift to a new thing, there's somebody that you're hurting. And because this is a general reading, I'm not sure whether it's you or whether it's the people explicitly mentioned here. My strongest feeling when first looking at these cards is that you are a parent and this is your child. And you feel that every time you begin a new project or a new sort of era in your work, or you go to a new place, or you are forced to move to a new city, or whatever it is, you're somehow letting that kid down. And that is the guilt that propels you into a self-concept of being nomadic, really. That's the best word for it. And nomadic in a negative sense, of not being rooted, of being ungrounded. It's pretty ironic for me that this is the Queen of Pentacles, Queen of Coins, Queen of Pentacles, which is it's Taurus in the light. It's the most grounded a person can get if they're channeling that energy correctly. It's the person who walks barefoot on the earth, which is an act of grounding. But it's almost like, despite all the natural imagery, it feels like you haven't put your feet on the ground in years. Or at least you feel that way about yourself, right? I'm not saying that these things are true. I'm saying that on some level you believe them to be true, and that's what we're kind of here to sort out. So as much as you have beaten off the competition and overcome a lot socially and formed strong alliances with people, your overriding sense, which I think is actually stronger than these cards because we're containing a couple of majors, is that you're never in a place long enough to feel real love or to give real love, that you're betraying the people around you, that you're stuck, that you're lazy, that you don't put enough effort in, and that if you were to let the outside world take over for a second, it's not a trustworthy place and it's not something you feel good about. In fact, the idea of just following your heart rather than kind of chasing after all of these consecutive things is one that is quite frightening to you. And this is, again, a link back to Pile 1, who also had the Wheel of Fortune in a similar position, but they had the kind of fear is the mind killer speech in terms of how it was represented on the card. It's you're held back by your own fears, but you don't see them as fears, you see them as truth. So let's talk for a minute about why it is that you feel this like stagnancy and almost like lack of effort, and you feel like it's not good enough, which is what this talks about. If you look towards the other side, you've got a card that kind of represents, in this placement and in its reversal at least. Note the amount of reversals, by the way. This is a very stuck energy. It's kind of like you were financially in a bad place, right? Or materially. It could be finances, it could be the body. For some of you, it is like not feeling like your physicality matches up to your mental state, whether that's an identification thing or like a weight thing or chronic health issues or, you know, but there's some kind of separation there. There's some kind of rift between the self and the body mirroring back to the self. And it's quite strong because that's also something that this spider represents for me too. But it could also be equally that it was a financial thing and that you were going without in that sense, and that, you know, you might be a manifester or you might be aware of those kinds of things and that's why you're on this reading. But there's certainly a sense of like separation between your concept of money on the days that you feel great and you're on the project of being a manifester versus your concept of money on the days where you're just living your life and concentrating on other things. I think potentially your subconscious beliefs about finances or about the body, or both, probably both, are things that if left unchecked by conscious belief shifting, conscious scripting, you know, listening to affirmations to change self-concept, etc., that you would feel extremely vulnerable about these kinds of issues most of the time. And it is, you know, as much as we talk about your love life a bit up here and possibly your child down here, the biggest things coming out of the reading are the body and the money, right? This is where the problems were. This is where you're overreaching, overexerting, kind of spending the energy that you have before you've recharged to have more, and flitting from thing to thing in your own mind in a way that you deem unhealthy. But actually, I get the sense that it's an instinct for trying new things that is channeled in a way and framed societally in a way that is not so useful. So in the light of that particular quality, in its ascendant, if you like, you could be somebody who can be the finished proverb of the jack of all trades, right? Which is actually, jack of all trades is a good phrase to be if you finish the full thing, right? It's a few sentences long. It's not just master of none, right? I think the ending is still far better than a master of one. So it's like, yes, you can do several things. You can be several people. You can be a superhero in several different ways, and you can beat out the competition at those things. And have you ever considered that those separate areas of your life all kind of converging in that very rushed, diligent way to each one is a good thing, right? It's difficult to manage, sure, but it is a positive quality. It's just that societally, because we like to put people in neat boxes and we like to use our suit of swords to kind of discern one concept from another and make generalizations about this is this person who is about this one thing and this is this other person who is about this one thing. Sometimes it's a lot for people to get their heads around that you might be incredibly passionate about one thing for a few days or a few months and then be able to be just as passionate about the next. But something about you and something about your environment has flipped that and made it a negative quality. And the thing that I think really kicked this into high gear, I suspect you've felt this way for a long time, right? That it wasn't working out, that you needed to be in a place, or you needed to be more consistent, or you needed to know in a clearer way what your future was about, or what your children's futures were about, or who it is that you're going to settle down with, or, you know, you name it, right? But the thing that really accelerated all of that and sort of took it to the next level where you're feeling like this is actually a minor success. I get the feeling that there was a point at which you started to have achievement over the body, or you started to have a little bit more money and pay off some debts, or just kind of started to rebalance yourself in a way where it no longer mattered whether you were getting outside assistance because you were sort of winning again. But something about that situation tipped you into this, I'm not good enough, I don't give enough, I'm lazy, I'm blocked, things aren't moving forward. It's almost as if, like, for some of you where this is about debt or whatever, this is like, I paid these 3 bills, but look at how much money I owe overall. I'm never going to have my life back. Or if it's about the body, it's like, I lost this much weight, but I still feel overweight. Or, you know, I recovered to this extent, but I permanently lost this faculty. Or I can no longer walk. Or I, you know, you name it. It's like a temporary management of symptoms in whatever area of life this is speaking to. And that almost like, even though it was a success, it kind of pushed you over the edge into like, but if that's what success looks like for me, then what the fuck does failure look like? And I'm not, again, I want to reiterate, I'm not agreeing with any of this stuff that I feel you're saying about yourself. I don't agree with that at all. I think you did have a great deal of success in being able to manage that thing. And I think you continue to excel in supporting yourself, perhaps in supporting dependents, perhaps in just kind of being socially very adept or romantically. And like I say, you continue to beat out the competition at every turn. That's right up here, you know, option 1. But this is the idea that you've sort of come to about yourself. And what's interesting with the fear card, which I'm going to call it now, because we're past Wheel of Fortune and we're into I cannot trust life, which incidentally, if you are having health problems, is one of the kind of core beliefs that like Hay House kind of group would have you associate with chronic health conditions. So if that rings out for you, check it out. I'm not a health practitioner. I also don't fully condone the Hay House attitude to long-term disabilities and conditions. I am happy to make a very long speech about that if you want to hear about my own journey with chronic health issues versus the new age, if you like. Elsewhere on the channel, please comment down below. But the thing that's jumping out to me there is that this lack of trust in the external is sometimes what some believe can manifest as injury or illness on the internal over a long period of time. So for some of you that may ring true, and it may be something worth exploring, or indeed the belief that that can happen at all could be one of your core beliefs. I know for me it was a difficult one to shake because I grew up in an environment where I was very well catered for in terms of disability and long-term health issues, but I was also given that as a framework to understand illness, which arguably perpetuated my illnesses. Because I believed that if I didn't trust the world, things would get worse. And lo and behold, I turned 30, I was in a place of blockage and I had a stroke, right? This isn't to be alarmist, this isn't to say that that will happen to you, but certainly it's worth investigating either whether you buy into the idea that that cause and effect is there, or whether there is some truth for you about holistic modalities as a way of working with this stuff, right? So that's the first thing to say about that. The other thing that's interesting about the relationship between these two is that temperance in reverse is a lack of moderation. So there is a sense that this fear that's subconscious for you, or at least was until we started talking about it, this idea that the universe will not step in and protect you, that life will not support you, that you are out there on your own if you fail, is actually leading to a lack of moderation in a very material way. And I say material because we've got so many kind of earthy or stuck or heavy pentacles energy kind of cards, right? So what does that look like? That looks like drinking too much. It looks like eating too much. It looks like having casual sex that you wouldn't want to have under better circumstances. It looks like being less than vigilant with your words. It looks like being extremely messy or hoarding, or kind of having your outside environment reflect an instability on the inside. All these kinds of things are pointing to an imbalance. And when I say that, some of the examples that I gave won't be for you, and some of you will think of stuff that isn't in those examples. But when I say you're being immoderate as a consequence of this, my sense is that you'll know immediately what I mean by immoderate. We all know what moderation is, even if we don't practice it. And that's not to victim blame, because it's very clear that a lot of unpredictable stuff has happened to you, and that your lack of groundedness or feeling that you have no anchor at the moment is kind of making the things that are unpredictable seem a little bit more so, seem even harder to take, right, or harder to deal with. But I think the thing to look at with that is, okay, but what's that doing to my day-to-day behaviour? Your focus so far has been subconsciously on beating yourself up about not having a mission, or not having a place to call home, or not having consistency in one form or another, be that effort, be that, mental focus, whatever. And the way that you've been beating yourself up subconsciously has made you beat yourself up physically, right? And that's made you form habits that aren't so great. So by unpicking those habits, actually, we allow the knot of this unconscious stuff to kind of unravel itself and for the froth to rise to the top, if you like. And I think that's part of the process that you subconsciously sought out by coming for this reading today. I don't want you to believe these things about yourself or about the world. I don't think they are the case. But I think they're so entrenched in you at this point in time, it's almost as if combating them directly is not going to work at this point, because your inner critic will argue all the way home. I think that rather than do that, it's better to sort of go outside to inside, right? And we will talk about how to directly approach the internal stuff, because that's what this reading is for. But my sense with you is that you're such an externally focused person, external achievement, external travel, people outside of you instead of your internal landscape, concepts instead of intuition, right? It's all about out there, and it even runs the risk potentially of being a little bit egoic. But that external focus means that actually sorting the external out makes change on the inner in a way that is kind of more demonstrative than if you were to just go away and meditate on it and nothing changes about your day-to-day life. I also get the sense that you're a very busy person, that there's a lot of demands placed on you at the moment. And I think that if I just told you to go off and meditate under a tree at this stage in your life, you would either scoff and not do it, or you would do it and still feel overwhelmed, right? And that even applies to people who I've read for before that may have had very different advice at one point or another. But if you're coming to this now and you're seeing it and you've gotten this far, it's like you're so focused on action that the first thing you do needs to be active in order to then come back in and draw back into this yin energy and kind of see the reaction to the action, or the effect on the body of what you've done in the external environment, etc. So I think the first thing to tackle if you are having issues there is your relationship to your health. And if that's not ringing true for you, then certainly your money. How much do you stash away because you're afraid of a disaster? How much do you spend almost too freely because you want to be pursuing the next project and the next project and the next project, but you're not really sure at the root why you're doing them all, right? It's these day-to-day kind of in and out habits. What's that book? Oh, crikey, there's a book that would be really helpful right now, and I cannot think for the life of me what it's called. Atomic Habits, that's it. For some of you who are into reading, Atomic Habits would be a really useful one to learn, because you take the big picture of what you want your life to be. Even if you don't know that yet, that's fine. But you get a rough idea of your values, and then you make it smaller, and then you make it smaller, and then you make it smaller, and before you know it, it's a habit to put your shoes by your bed so that you can go for a run in the morning, right? And that may seem completely inaccessible. Excuse my squeaky chair. It may seem completely inaccessible to you right now to be that habitual, or to be the kind of person who gets up and goes for a run. You may be laughing at me right now, but I assure you that whatever it translates to in your own life, it's clear that at least in one area you can be very disciplined. And I think that you do have it in you to be disciplined about the things that you're doing without necessarily being locked into a specific path or a specific set of behaviours that would make you feel stuck and uncomfortable. Because there's also a fear of stuckness in all of this. It's like, on the one hand, you're beating yourself up because you're moving around from thing to thing, but on the other hand, you're terrified that you'll be trapped in one place with one thing and it will be the wrong decision. So you never settle, right? I'm sorry if it sounds like I'm having a go. I'm really not. I just want you to be super aware of what these subconscious beliefs are so that you can then let them go and transmute them into something else. On that note, right, let's get to down here, which is, you got a little bit of an extra card there, which is all fine and groovy. Let me just check that you can see that actually. Waddle over. Yeah, you can, just about. Cool. So we're going to look over here first at why it is that you've gone on this journey in terms of self-concept, particularly self-concept in the negative, because we can all say like, oh, self-concept in the positive is because I did all these great things and I should be proud, right? But when it comes to the harder stuff, the more negative stuff, the stuff that feels external and out of your control, it's sometimes very difficult to look at it in a positive way. But the first step to reframing and kind of scripting a new reality for yourself is understanding the old reality out of victim head. It's something I've been struggling with recently, so some of you may laugh if you're my friends, because I've really been telling the sob story super loud, but I've then immediately learnt the consequences of doing that in terms of how that plays out in my life, you know. What I expected to happen would then happen. And I'm starting to realise now that the more positively I frame quote-unquote negative stuff in the definition of the public, the better my day is, right? The better things go. And I don't just mean because I'm in a bright and happy place so I get more done. I mean in terms of really like bizarre coincidences that tend to come into my experience when I just kind of go, oh yeah, that was positive. It was fine that I had a stroke. It was groovy that I grew up in this way. It was fantastic that the pandemic just happened, right? These are all statements that we kind of think, you what? But this is the process that I'm trying to sort of get you to understand that we're doing here. So, gifts of these negative self-concepts and or this journey that you've been on. Ace of Swords in reverse. My dude, you were not being honest with yourself before this point. I don't necessarily mean this reading. I mean just the point at which you started to become conscious of your fears, of potential betrayals, maybe even this crucial point that I was on about earlier with like a shift in the money or the body where you felt like, well, what the fuck does good look like what the fuck does bad look like if this is good, right? But you've been disingenuous about how it is that you feel about what's gone on so far. Perhaps because you do feel that you have really good friends who are pleased for you, or family that are very supportive, or you know, that you have beaten out the competition, that you have flown in the face of elitist people and bullies and people who thought that you weren't good enough to be where you are now. I think sometimes when you've had people tell you that you can't do something, that you're not good enough for somebody or for a situation or a job, from experience, sometimes you kind of, you almost like don't want to celebrate too loudly. But then at the same time, you don't want to say that you're unhappy with where you are when you get that success. It's like you fought so hard just to be recognised as being capable of this thing, despite whoever this is, that now being honest with yourself that you're extremely fearful and that you feel at once nomadic and stagnant is a really difficult process to undergo. And I think partially this is why you've discovered this reading, in order that somebody else can sort of say, hey, Are you feeling these things? Because this is what I'm picking up on, and if you are, this is how to handle it. So all that this card is saying is just literally, this is the point at which it's okay to be honest with yourself about what's gone on, about the successes and the failures, and about the fact that some of the perceived failures may not be the truth. Because don't forget, if we put this Ace of Swords in the upright, we've got the Spirit of Discernment within the entire tarot deck. We've got the truth at hand, which would immediately cut through the bullshit of all of these beliefs over here, right? If I were to turn that upright, or if I were to pick that upright and mean it, none of this stuff would exist. Because this is false negative self-concept. This is what you've taught yourself to believe based on these circumstances which weren't so great, right? It doesn't mean it's true about you. It means that you've taught yourself it's true about you so long that it's almost like self-perpetuated, self-fulfilling prophecy kind of territory. Then we've got the Page of Coins in reverse. So this is kind of, how do I want to say this? This is the acceptance that you might be starting out at some things, and that it's kind of okay to be a beginner in that sense. I'm going to look up the folklore for this because I feel drawn to. I know we've mentioned a couple of people by name, but generally speaking, this deck is really good for the stories more specifically. Sorry about this. So it's Swedish. I'm going to butcher the name. It's Baevi Nieda. If you know the pronunciation correctly of that, please comment down below. And I'm so sorry for killing your language. So the Page of Coins welcomes the beginning of spring and summer, a fresh start, the end of darkness. And she represents hope, setting up solid foundations and mental wellness. She's grounded and anticipates the bright future. Bear in mind that it's in reverse. So reverse is a lack of common sense, immaturity, laziness and apathy. I don't think that the laziness applies, although you did want to mention that earlier with this kind of energy. I think that what this is saying is that this should be a celebration, right? Again, if it was in the upright, it would be, look at what I've achieved. But the fact is that you haven't had room to celebrate this tremendous achievement and this one and possibly this one and some of this so far, because you've been kind of beating yourself up about the way that you got there so hard. And with these last two cards that are together, we've got a card that's sometimes about defensiveness, but also about defending against stuff that isn't really actually a danger. So it's this fearful energy coming in again a little bit. And then we've got something about speed and quick communication and sort of not even necessarily saying the right thing, but acting promptly and really sort of getting a message across very, very quickly. So I think really that's like act fast, but also act fast without being defensive, because the things that you think that you're guarding against are past tense now. That's not to say that all bodily and all financial struggles are over, or that, you know, if you do have children, you'll never have struggles with your children ever again, because that's an unrealistic belief. But it is to say that the sort of intensity of events that got you here, in terms of the way you self-express and the way you self-perceive, is over, right? The battle is done with. You can sleep. And in doing so, and in sort of resting from that state of defence, I believe you can come into swift action, which is why that 8 is there. And 8 of Wands is also like, sometimes it's a message coming in which gives you clarity. So for some, where the romantic stuff is hitting, like maybe you'll get a message from somebody you're interested in, but more than that, I feel like it's clarity shooting in kind of from the universe, because you've put down the sword for a second, or in this case the mallet, right? You've stopped trying to defend and protect and justify. Justify is the word. That's it. It's almost as if like every time you take up a new pursuit, or you move in a new direction, or you go to a new city, or you know, insert thing here, you pick up a weapon again. because you're kind of getting ready for everyone to critique the fact that you didn't settle on one thing or in one place, or you're not settled down into a relationship yet, or whatever it may be, right? There's a lot of listening to the words of others when they're not particularly healthy coming into this. And yet you have these strong friends and allies that were significant over here. And I think it's really asking you, the presence of them is asking you to tap into that. It's saying you're a brilliant networker, so use your time and energy with those who have already proven their worth, not with those who will bring you down every time you try something new. Even if they're doing so out of what they would call a protective instinct or a loving instinct, because a lot of these concerns in the reading are very root chakra. You know, it's about foundation, roots, family, home, what is your purpose, what is your career as opposed to your job, how do you get your feet on the ground, right? There's a lot of adulting energy in it. And I think that maybe some of the critique you've got, or some of the elitism coming in, has been from people who purported to have your best interests at heart in telling you how they would set their foundation. But actually, you know, you've got a couple of tricksters in this reading, and that tells me that the only person in the world who knows how to set your foundation adequately is you. So you need to stop listening to other voices. And that's something that this happened to tell you to do as well. It's like, yes, this may fill you with absolute dread. Yes, you may feel stuck. Yes, you might have all kinds of negative stuff to say about yourself, including that you never settle to something. But the truth of the matter is that you've been surrounding yourself with people and situations that back up that belief. And now is the time to cut ties with this sword, with all of that stuff. So who is it that you've been taking bad advice from? Who is it that always weighs in whether or not you want them to? Where is it that you always feel powerless? What kind of thing are you doing when you feel the least capable? What kind of stuff triggers you off that sends you into a cycle where you're abusing your body? All of these things are really important to think about because they'll all kind of stem from this self-concept stuff. But they're all encouraged by external circumstances. And like I say, you're acting before you're intuiting right now because that's the easiest and most familiar thing for you at the moment. So let your first action be to cut off some of that shit. Now we'll actually get to the advice portion, having had advice from the rest of the reading. Okay, so how to transform self-concept in 3 easy steps. They're not easy, spoilers. Okay, so first we're transforming this idea that we don't have our feet on the ground, that we never settle to a thing. And we're doing so with the 7 of Coins energy, which is evaluation, taking stock, putting the harvest away so that we have enough for the winter, right? We've grown the thing, we've got the job, we've, accrued the mates, we've got into the relationship, we've had the kid, you name it. But what we haven't done is put all of that stuff in the kind of metaphysical pantry and said, man, that's a good harvest. And I think that part of the answer to this feeling of being floating around everywhere is the lack of an internal pantry to go to. And for those of you for whom it's a literal physical moving, maybe your home is the space in your mind that you return to when you think about what you've accrued that isn't a place, right? When you think about that storeroom of stuff that you can save up and that you can kind of use at a later date, the contacts that you've built, the child that's doing really well, the money that you've saved up over time, the success that you've achieved in, your field or in a romantic arena or even a sexual one, right? This storehouse of stuff cannot be taken from you no matter where you live, no matter what your body's doing, and no matter how much money you do or don't have. So build it. Build your storeroom. That's the first thing. Then we're looking at this blocked energy, this I can't move forward, I'm terrible, I don't put enough effort in, blah, blah, blah. And we have a card with a trickster on it in the form of Coyote, I think. Yeah. But also a card about deceit in the reverse. So it's almost like the revealing of external deceitfulness, so cutting off from anything that is not what it seems to be in the way that I recommended before. But also a looking at how you're self-deceiving and how there's a middle ground between things. Coyote is very like fox in that it talks about interim places between polarities of belief. So if your polarity is that at one end of the thing you have a good person, and at one end of the thing you have, oh, same person is terrible, very bad, Coyote would always find a way in the middle to say, a little from column A, little from column B. And that is more of a balance than saying completely bad. So I think part of this is to sort of get into that energy of when you are berating yourself in some way, if you can't call yourself a good person, a successful person, a high achiever, a consistent person, what can you say that's positive instead of that other thing? And I know it's very basic for a self-concept reading, but I really do feel that that's sort of part of it. I'm going to just look at this Seven of Swords because I get the feeling there's something more to the reversal of this, unique to this deck. I don't normally check the book, my dudes, but this is a very complex deck because of the fairy tales and folk tales, so it's worth a look. Conscience, confession, getting caught, outsmarted, and deception. Yeah, I think this is about self-deception. And also about the deception of others, looking at this scary shadow, in making you out to be making moves that are less sure-footed than they are. Only you can tell yourself, with hindsight, whether or not something was a good decision. And yet it seems to me that you're listening to people around you who are telling you in advance of you even making that move, whether or not it's a terrible beastie, right? Terrible beastie. But that's you. You're not a terrible beastie, so go figure. I know that's not a correct interpretation of that particular myth, but I do think it sort of fits in well with the relationship of that to that card. And then as the antidote to this kind of fearfulness about, well, what will the world do if I just let it take over? Or what would fate have me do if I didn't hold the reins so tightly? Or if I just relaxed a little bit, or if I just gave myself a break as a person? You've got the Knight of Wands in reverse. So it's saying that in order to let go, and dare I say let God for some of you, but not for all of you clearly, but to let go and let life intervene, if you like. Knight of Wands in the upright would be a very charging in, rushing in, no thought for anyone else, potentially selfish, potentially fuckboy kind of energy, right? It would be, I don't give a shit about what you're doing, but I'm doing this and I'm doing it fast. And that's exactly what you've been accusing yourself of, whether or not it's been the case, right? It might even have been the case with this in moderation around body and stuff, but the advice for the approach to life is that letting fate take its course a bit, or letting yourself do things that don't yet have an explanation because you feel a pull to do them, or because doing them brings you pleasure and satisfaction and seems like a groovy thing, it doesn't have to mean that you're being selfish or irresponsible or neglectful or impetuous and rushing in and all the rest of it. It doesn't have to be the Knight of Wands every time you let Jesus take the wheel, you feel me? Like that doesn't have to be your reality. It's saying it won't be. So I think there's a thing here of like, okay, we know not to be selfish, we know to take others into account, and we know particularly from any guilt we feel about prior decisions that what we do does affect other people and how we move through the world. But at the same time, you can be too fearful about going too fast and then end up stuck. And what we want to do instead is have the positive of one's energy, which is creative and spontaneous and inspired by either self or spirit, depending on what you believe, with complete trust in that it's going to be fine. Because I think it kind of is. I think it is going to be fine, but I think it's going to be a long road to it feeling that way, because I think you spent most of your life actually beating yourself up about moving from one thing to the next quite quickly. And I don't doubt that it has had consequences along the way. I don't think that this is a reading of someone with an entirely clear conscience, but I definitely also think it's the reading of a person who can be very considerate, very kind, very amiable, very protective even. A good parent in some cases. And I think that the balance of that would be restored, ironically, with less caution, with less vigilance, and more of a spirit of trust in self and in your environment. So, with that in mind, we're going to look at completely unrelated activities that you can do to unstick your brain from whatever's been bothering you, which we now know. I'm going to pick that top one. Oh wow, that's interesting. Two more, please. Oop, all right. This is all very, it's all very self-care, isn't it? To say that you think you're awful. And look at that. Ditching responsibilities as well, right? I know that that's about visiting a restaurant, but I think it's interesting. Right, so firstly we have allowing myself a daydream. Isn't it interesting that that was literally placed over the card that was about a lack of trust in the universe to bring you what you want at a subconscious level? So what are we saying with this? Well, I would say, yes, allow yourself a daydream and allow yourself to really ruminate in it and sort of languish there for a while. There is a reading on this channel actually with a guided daydream, although it's pretty old, so I don't know how cringy it is. But yeah, allow yourself to have a daydream, but also start that daydream from the viewpoint of, if the universe were to give me absolutely everything I wanted and I could trust in it completely, what would that look like? Because that is the antidote to this fear, to this lack of trust, is going, this very thing that I'm afraid of actually will bring me the greatest gift, and that's what it looks like when it does. And that's my daydream. And I'm going to believe in it. You don't have to believe in it long term. It might seem really far-fetched, but I want you to believe in it temporarily, enough that you can have a lovely fantasy about it, because that in itself is healing. Then we've got treating yourself. So I think this is an acknowledgement that you're not a terrible person, and that you also deserve an acknowledgement of your achievements so far and deserve self-care. And it says, indulging in your favourite treat can alter your mindset in positive ways. Allow yourself to enjoy every morsel. Which is interesting because we've got more food over here. If you've been healing relationship to food, by the way, it's interesting that you've got two here, because I do think that, like I say, this immoderation with potentially that is linked with fear. So once we work through the fear, the immoderation, the discomfort with food will start to abate or start to heal a little bit. So yeah, interesting that they've happened. Ditching the dishes. Visit a local restaurant. It can be anything from a burger and fries to a 3-course meal. Enjoy your break from the kitchen. Like, yeah, enjoy your food. Sounds great. Might take your mind off things. But also, ditching responsibilities. Because the very thing that you've been accusing yourself on a subconscious level is being irresponsible, right? So that it's sort of like this very magical thinking out is through thing, where it's like, you know what? Yeah, I'm irresponsible. I'm so irresponsible, I ain't even doing the dishes tonight. And what? Universe, bring me shit anyway. I'm worth it, right? That's not to say to be entitled or whatever. It's just, an intentionally funny example to be like, you also deserve occasionally to have some time off. And part of the thing you've been beating yourself up about is that you don't necessarily take that. But then also, you're burnt out when you don't take it. So, what are you going to do? Well, Spirit wants you to not bother for a night. That thing that you've been meaning to fix or do or whatever, don't. Just for a few days. Just to see. Okay, so if you did find that useful, please click like. Please let me know down below in the comments what resonated. Subscribe if you'd like to, but do click the bell if you do, so that you kept up to date with all the new videos and updates about other channels, etc. And if you would like to book with me, you're very welcome. I'd love to do like a deep dive into stuff that's a little bit more upbeat than this, but can still affect you. And yeah, I hope it wasn't too much of a punishing reading, but I really do think that you can be a very wonderful person. You can get a lot out of your experiences and the achievements you've made so far. So recognise the strides made and not the things that you perceive of as failures. And I'll see you around the bend. Pal 4. I'm about to sing the theme from Enterprise because it's been a fucking long road. Let's clear some energies as quietly as we can. It's a late night cleanse. Sorry, I'm aware I have neighbours. So. Right, let's shuffle, shall we? Pile 4. This is a self-concept reading. It is also kind of a relationship reading, but not in the sense of an outcome of a particular relationship. I think you know what I'm about to say if this is truly your pile, but it seems like your self-concept, for the large part, or for the current majority anyway, revolves around your responses to a particular relationship that you've now, I want to say, escaped. I'm sorry if that's too harsh a term, but that's what it feels like. So if that's not your story, I would suggest you pick another pile, because this is about fleeing an old love, what the effect on mind, body, soul of that was, and then paving the way for what's next. Okay? That said, let's get into it. I'm going to kneel down. If you hear squeaking, it is my sofa, not my farts. Right. Positive ideas of self. We're going to work in this direction because I want to end on this one. Many of you who read will already know what it is, but I want to talk about these first. This, by the way, is the positive self-concept. This is kind of the moments at which it became that way for you, or the moments at which you realised it, either or really. But firstly, I want to talk about this persuasion card. If you were to get an extended reading, you will get a lot more oracles than this, but this is very succinct for the whole reading, no? I'm going to go out on a limb and say that you were gaslit by a former partner, or manipulated, limited, they hid your light under a motherfucking bushel. And I'm also going to go out on a limb and say that you worry that these qualities are now in you to do to another person, or that in having been manipulated, you are going to manipulate another. For a very small minority, this is not about a love relationship, this is a parental dynamic. But I'm going to speak about it as if it's a relationship, because I think overwhelmingly, for the vast majority of people watching this, it will be. My amethyst is rocking back and forth as I sort of hold it. If you feel called to work with amethyst, please do. It can be incredibly healing in this time. I'm also seeing the purple on the peacock there, so the colour purple may be really relevant. So persuasion, we've got it in the positive and the negative. We've got it in the sense of that was what was done to you, and not in the best way. We've got you being persuaded out of your identity. We've got you being persuaded that this was a good place to stay. Persuaded to do things that were out of character for you. Persuaded even after the relationship to betray yourself. And then we've got persuasion in the sense of you coaxing yourself into new situations, new positions, new understandings of the self, which weren't particularly healthy. But also persuasion can be, without manipulation, persuasion is the ability to influence, right? And what I see is that you've got the star up here, which is very influential. And then at the kind of meaning of why all of this had to happen, you've got a bunch of cards that are about persuading a new person to either come into your life or to be a bigger part of it. So, spoiler alert, there's also a peacock, which, you know, like is about peacocking. And I think that's a double thing as well. I suspect that this dynamic that you were in, one of the ways that you were pulled into it was by this person peacocking their appearance, their achievements, their uniqueness in some way that had you fooled, like a love bombing stage. But then also peacocking can be applied to the next partner, and there's certainly sort of over here the idea that you used to be able to be the peacock, to show off to other people, not in an egotistical way, but in a way where you were full of splendour and they would ooh and ah, right? And you feel that you've lost that ability altogether. You may even feel, this is really getting to it for a general reading, but you may feel kind of sexually defunct right now. Or you may have felt that in the sort of immediacy after this relationship. But it's important that I say all of that so that you know that it's you I'm speaking to, and also so that you're prepared for what I'm going to say after it, right? So, excuse me, moving around again. Over here, in the positive, we've got, this is kind of crazy, but we've got the Six of Swords, which is a card about intellectually leaving a situation, in reverse, right? So I'm not going to leave, I'm not going to abandon this, comes across as something that you're proud of within yourself. I think that this could have been a misplaced pride in the past, and I think that it could have been applied to a situation which it was better to have left, but which you didn't leave at one point. And I'm not victim blaming in that, it's easily done. But it is, you know, it's a bizarre thing to turn up in self-concept stuff that you're very proud of, when really the ideal position of that card is in the upright and being able to move on quickly from something, which did come up in a previous pile. In reverse, it's also about feeling trapped, feeling stagnant, but it can be about cancellations. So there's this sense of like, it's almost like two opposite meanings are occurring within this one card at the same time, right? You've got this idea that I will not give up on some stuff. I will not intellectually leave, fill in the gap, you know, my city, my kids, myself, or my partner, right? But then the flip side of that is, but all plans are cancelled. And I don't know whether in your positive self-concept, you think it's good to have stayed with a person who you would have done well to sail away from, or whether it's the flip of that, and you were not sailing away from, for example, yourself, you were not betraying yourself, but all plans with this person were suddenly cancelled. All things were off, all bets were off, should I say. So it's an ambiguous one, right? And it comes with the sort of causation or recognition moment being literal heartbreak, which is part of why I think that this is a love reading. So something stabbed your heart, broke it into 1,000 pieces, etc. And I do get with the 3 that it's a very manipulative energy. So again, with potential gaslighting or abuse tactics, or sort of under the radar ways of being particularly nasty with somebody in order to get your way or your supply or whatever. But it was sort of enough to make you acknowledge that the cancellation and or the not giving up on stuff was a good thing. I can't tell you, because this is general, which of those interpretations you fall under. What I can tell you is that if you see it as a positive thing that you chose to stay with this person for as long as you did, whilst I won't tell you that that was a bad decision, because, you know, you've made it and you learnt from it and there are positive things to come, I do think that it's a misplaced sense of achievement. I think the real achievement here is that you didn't give up on you. And I'm hoping that that's the interpretation you take. The Tower. I'm sort of veering towards that because it's kind of leaning that way. It's kind of the person who wouldn't give up on themselves in these trying times, even though they might give up on another person who was causing them grief, is the same kind of person who would jump from the burning building knowing that it's on fire. And the Tower as a positive self-concept idea is you knowing, perhaps consciously, that you had the strength to leave a situation which would have exploded if you hadn't, or which was exploding, which was already burning down, which was already chaotic, struck by lightning, all terrible things, right? The thing that I'm thinking of when I'm looking at this particular deck with the Tower and the sort of coloration and, you know, the gold with the black sort of reminds me of Bleach Bypass, the cinematic effect, which in turn inevitably reminds me of David Fincher. And then with the Tower and the burning imagery, what I see in my head is the image of all of the narrator's belongings in Fight Club flying out of the window, burning up and falling to the streets below, as he's kind of about to, quote unquote, meet Tyler and form the Fight Club and the whole thing, you know. His revolution, his possible opening to fascism, also possible freedom, depending on how you read the movie, kind of begins there. But certainly it's like the moment is framed within the narration as an extremely positive new start, viewed by everybody around as being a cataclysmic, terrible event. So for some of you, this is a divorce, where you quietly took your belongings and secretly thought, I got away from that, thank God. I got away with my life, or I got away scot-free, or thank God I took my kids away from that. For some, it's just a relationship where the ending really blew up, right? Really, really blew up. We're talking wrecking each other's belongings and or involving other people, particularly because the Three of Swords over there is 3, so there could have been third-party stuff going on, or all manner of kind of... 3s are about triangulation as well when we're reading them in like an abuse reading, so this is, you know, triangle points at you kind of thing. And it is actually pointing at you in terms of other signifiers that I've used. So this could be that things got a little bit messy up in there because This person was very adept at using family or friends or acquaintances, colleagues, to make sure that you were doing things the way they wanted you to do them, or to put you in a position of guilt or shame if you didn't do things their way, or to try and get you back even. You know, that there may be like a discard and hoovering type pattern here. If it's happened to you, you'll know. If it hasn't, you might not. That's fine. Just let that one sail over your head like objects into the night, right? But we've got this tower of like, I will survive, or I have survived, and look at what I've escaped and how it's burning, with indecision in reverse. So there's like a sureness, there's the moment that hit of, I have to jump this building, it's on fire, if I stay in here I'll die. And that may not be literal, for some of you it is, and you know, like, heart goes out to you, and that's a terrible thing to escape, so well done you. But for many of you, it's just like, my psychological welfare will crumble if I don't leap out of this situation. Which makes me think that this swords thing is about cancelling something, cancelling someone, cutting off completely from somebody, maybe blocking them, maybe taking those triangulated friends, family, others, and just deleting them entirely from your life, because they were like a route back to that person. But it's very much like a cutting off, no apologies, I'm leaving now, even if I have to live in a shelter kind of energy, right? And like I say, that won't be that extreme for all of you, but it's certainly like a dead end that you were relieved about once it had come to pass, and that you felt proud of yourself because of, even if the relationship that was attached to it at one time was a real source of joy for you, right? Potentially in a way that wasn't quite as real as it purported to be, which is, again, one of the hurtful parts of this persuasion card. And you've got 2 5s on it as well, which, you know, 5 is sometimes conflict or catastrophic change, or very much tower energy, depending on how you're looking at it. And 2 5s together is kind of 2 people that have extra stuff added on that bring disorder, right? You have the order of 4, and then you add a chaotic element and you get 5. So it's 2 people in chaos. It's a situation in turmoil. And you leapt out of it to safety in a very sure moment, and recognised that what you were cancelling there was further heartbreak. So it's heavy. This is, funnily enough, for the sort of mirror deck, it is mirroring pile 1 in a kind of loop video, in that it's an extremely heavy reading for a positive placement. Because remember, these 2 things are self-concept things that are good that we're taking forward. And they're good because they came from something terrible and you made gold out of it. Again, interesting that you chose the deck, which, you know, if I place it correctly, shines like gold, right? But you have to get it at the right angle, and without that, it looks dull again. So moving with the gold over to the cheerier bit of this section, we have the star. I feel that this is your identity, possibly before this relationship happened. Maybe afterwards, but I'm getting more of a before energy because there's a lot of blockage since this relationship. The star is someone who can be themselves. She's completely naked within the card. I'm going to bring it up here so you can see it. She's literally bare-ass to the universe, right? She's not worried about being judged. She's just doing her thing in nature. But also there is this literal interpretation of the star, like fame, possible fortune, but certainly like accolades, having a lot of choices, having a good female network, because she's pictured by the 7 sisters, right? Who are the sort of stars that always hang about together in myth, no matter where you are in the world. And she's also a symbol of Aquarius, which is linked to friendships, the 11th house in the chart, you know, networking, humanitarian effort, hanging out, right? So at one point in time, you had a lot of friends, you were very happy in your own skin, you were very sort of comfortable being yourself to the external environment. You possibly had feminine alliances, irrespective of your gender, that were particularly positive. With the bird in the tree, you maybe had a good deal of intuition or a positive relationship with spirit, which may have been sort of one of your warning signs to get out when this took a turn for the worse later on. The other thing to mention with the star is that it is one of the archetypes in the book The Art of Seduction that a feminine identified person can kind of play into, or any person actually, I think it's both, can play into to kind of fascinate other people in an enchanting way. The star is like, has an aloofness that is appealing to other people in pursuit. And the book is not just about seduction, by the way, it's about persuasion, it's about manipulation. You can apply this stuff in The Art of Seduction just as much to corporate practice as you can to love and lust, right? You just have to sort of think a little bit outside the box with some of the examples. But within it, the star is like distant enough from the reality of other people that she, he, it holds them in thrall, and has a kind of ethereal, celestial quality. So it wouldn't surprise me if you also hold that kind of a quality. You could be particularly physically beautiful. You could have very glowing skin of any kind of skin tone. You could be of a kind of, the words that came into my head were like peculiar symmetry, but you know that sort of quality in the face that, what's she called? I forget her name, but the girl who's recently had great success with the chess series in Netflix, and has a sort of very alien look to her with quite far apart eyes, but she is like unimaginably beautiful because of this sort of strange symmetry to her face and this kind of perfect, too perfect to exist kind of quality in her features. And I'm not just saying this to gas you up, because the other piles haven't really had physical characteristics, but there is something acknowledged in your self-concept that you have these ethereal, otherworldly kind of qualities, even in the way you look. Perhaps also in the way that you speak, because that's another thing with the star, is that kind of everything they say is a little bit distanced from the rest of humanity in the best possible way. Now, I don't want you to get uncomfortable with that idea of distance, because we're also going to talk later on with your negative self-concept about how you might see yourself as distant as a star or as apathetic, right? And that's not the sort of thing I'm talking about. It's an immersion in the real world that is also a removal. One of my favourite phrases, and I'd overuse it, but Jarmushian kind of outsiderness or an alien quality is what you have. And I think that even if you're subconsciously aware that you had that, you definitely at one point have been aware that you have it. And it's fine to take pride in that, you know. It's not egotistical to say that you're a beautiful person or that you have a particularly enchanting quality which is hard for other people to describe. But I think that's the case. And what I don't want you to feel is that that's what kind of quote unquote got you in this mess, because I think actually, yes, it's remarkable, but people who are abusive dickheads will be abusive dickheads to almost anybody that they can persuade to give them the kind of energetic investment that they require. Bonus points if you are really attractive, but trust me when I say that I've seen them kind of go for others that seem counterintuitive for them, purely on the basis of, childhood issues or need for narcissistic supply or whatever it was that your ex-partner got a particular kick out of, consciously or unconsciously. Now, the sort of thing that's tied to this star in terms of you realizing or experiencing it, or like it's either, like I say, when it hit, or it's just something that sort of made it happen. But I think in this case it's probably when it hit, because the quality is innate to you, is absolute choice, like any fish in the sea level of choice, romantically speaking, for you at one time. I don't know whether you were conscious of this, but girl, boy, other, you could have had anybody. And I also think that this star quality extends beyond the realm of the physical and the sexual and all of that sort of stuff, and into just pursuit. And you could have gone in any direction. And I imagine that whilst that's a lovely thing to say in terms of your self-concept and identity, and a great thing to affirm, it's also a kind of double-edged sword for you now that all of this has happened, because you feel perhaps less mobile for some of those opportunities than you did before. Sorry, I realise I'm not engaging with the cards with my hands, but I'm hoping that you're still kind of seeing this one and this one connecting as I'm speaking about them, right? So Seven of Cups is, I have all of these daydreams and any one of them could become a reality. And if it's in a bad position, we're paralysed with that choice. But if it's in a good position, like here, it just means that we're overwhelmed with opportunity. And notice as well, the Seven Sisters, as mentioned, and the Seven Cups. So you've got this 7-7, which is a lot more powerful a sequence than a 5-5, excuse me. Sorry, I get hiccups, excuse me, when I channel. Right, so you're beautiful, you're magnetic, you're ethereal, you're possibly a star socially or on social media, or you have a sort of grander network, or you did have. You cancelled a situation which was absolute dog shit for you. Well done, you. You also wouldn't leave behind yourself or your core values or something else during that cancellation, which happened because of a decisive moment where you would not take further heartbreak. You would not be triangulated any further. You would not risk losing further alliances to one selfish dickhead. Sorry, but they are. So when we get into slightly less positive self-concept, what do we get? We get the aftermath of this kind of abuse, if I'm honest. The Knight of Pentacles in reverse often speaks to a perceived apathy. It's sort of, the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest knight. It's like the slowest combination of a fast energy, which makes it extra frustrating, because you sort of see a knight in a reading and you think, hooray, quickness, and then you realise that it's the Knight of Discs and you're like, oh, fuck. So there is that a sense of frustration with yourself, that it's almost like you were riding off to freedom, facing the same direction as your star self, away from all of this, by the way. But then you realise that you were riding a donkey, not a stallion, right? Or you sort of got so far and then... I'm hearing Linkin Park, like, in the end it doesn't even matter. Sorry. But there is this sense of despair, like you managed to escape, but and for what, you know? More than that, though, I think this is an unconscious understanding of yourself as being apathetic about the situation, to the point where you found it toxic within yourself. And there's two cards here that suggest that your unconscious self-concept is one of a toxic and cold person. And this is what I talk about when I mentioned this cold distance that the star can be misinterpreted with. I think you think that you're the star because you're miles from anyone and you're cold and you're glistening in the night, right? But the reality is that you're the star because you have star quality, you are ethereal, you are celestial, and you are very much connected to all of those things as they exist in nature and indeed in spirituality. Now, the other meaning of the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, which I suspect is actually the case, although it's not present in your self-concept, is dissociation. So when you talk about how you've suddenly become this cold or apathetic human with certain situations, I think what you're actually referring to is a trauma response whereby you shut down when certain things happen, when certain subjects are broached, or when you can't cope. And that's fine. And a lot of us do it. But I suspect that this kind of freeze response hasn't necessarily been worked through fully in a therapeutic setting for you yet. Because I think if it had, you wouldn't be framing it as apathy. You wouldn't be seeing yourself as just cold. It may be that you've gone through circumstances with your vast network of friends or with family or co-workers or whatever, where they've said something to you which should elicit an extreme sympathetic or emotional response. And all you've been able to muster in that moment is a kind of facade of what that response should look like. And that brought about in you a feeling of, am I just being empty persuasive? Is there anything behind this? Have I become the thing that I just kind of escaped, where I'm manipulating people through making the right facial expression, but I'm not really feeling for them? And I suspect that if that's the case and you did experience that kind of situation, it is not because you're apathetic. It's because you had to have a dissociative response to cope within that moment. Potentially, like if you're familiar with the concept of emotional flashbacks, that might be what's going on there. But if not, you might have just had, mental health issues or depression or anxiety after jumping ship from this incredibly fraught situation, which meant that in order to be high functioning in kind of day-to-day life, you had to do so at a distance from other people. And the image that I'm getting, which I actually got for one of the other readings, is you're interacting with everybody, but it feels like you're behind glass. And sometimes that glass is very frosted, and on other days it's relatively clear, but it's always there, right? Now, again, this may be an unconscious thing. I'm kind of making it conscious and daring you to face up to it by talking about it here. And if it's particularly triggering for you to think about things like this, I suggest you save your place, click off the reading, come back to it when you feel ready, if that ever happens, and definitely seek help for what you've been through. Because anyone would find it difficult. It's not, there should be no stigma attached to the fact that it's taken you a while to get through this stuff. Something that I also want to kind of bring up again that I touched on earlier is that, again, one of the defining moments with this Knight of Pentacles decision about yourself, that you were in fact apathetic and not dissociating, was the reverse of what in the upright would be the most sexually free and sort of voluptuously beautiful card outside of the majors. The Queen of Wands is about sexual power, particularly if you're a feminine, but you don't have to be. It's also about taking pleasure in one's own life, in personal joy. Sunflowers, cats, all of these sort of things on the image are all about just indulging in nature, in the self, in sensuality, delighting in the world, right? So when the Queen of Wands is in the upright, she's a very sexual and sensual individual who can experience pleasure very well and give it just as well. When she's in the reverse, she may be somebody who can't come, or who can't enter into a situation that is remotely sexual or sensual because of something that's happened that was traumatic. Or maybe she's someone who can engage with those things but feels empty when doing so, or feels no emotion for the person that she's engaging with. So paired with the Knight of Pentacles exclusively, I feel like this is maybe a sexual encounter or a lack of a sexual encounter that made you feel like all the power of this star, which kind of leads and heads the reading, had suddenly drained from you, and you were in a position of sexual apathy, if not lack of sexual function altogether. You shouldn't be watching this if you're under 18 anyway, or not sexually active, but I suspect that if you're in this pile, you're not going to be somebody who's like, oh, I don't relate to this and I'm a virgin and whatever. So I am fairly confident that that's a thing. Even if it was as simple as, you tried to hang out socially with someone and you weren't looking for sex, but something came up in conversation that made you feel absolutely turned off because of its sexual association, or because it took you to that place and you just had to go home, or whatever, right? But it's adding to this dissociation, which you are falsely labelling apathy. And I'm saying that so that you don't mislabel it in future, and so that you understand that it is a protective mechanism. And we've got a few cards about protecting yourself here. So moving across to the King of Swords, this is sort of an echo of this. It's a very logical mindset. It's very distant. Again, it's cold, it's glittering, it's exacting. It takes the logical factors of a situation, processes them highly efficiently, and does what needs to be done based upon that information with no emotional engagement or indeed remorse. This is how you've labelled yourself. It is not necessarily true, okay? I don't think it is true at all. But I think that you've come to understand yourself as a cold, logical, heartless being. Perhaps because you left somebody who persuaded you that what they had been doing to you was justified, or that they were more of a victim than they were a perpetrator, which is a common abuse tactic, by the way. There's a very good book, I think it's Lundy Bancroft, called Why Does He Do That? I know that he is problematic in there, and I don't want to discuss Not All Men in the comments, but it's about an abuser mindset and why people do and say certain things, and the victim story stuff is in there, right? So if you think that'd be useful, check it out. But certainly there seems to be a dynamic here where, whether it's because of an accusation from another person or because of something that you've seen in yourself and misinterpreted out of wounding, you're sort of framing yourself as a cold, heartless individual, which is what the King of Swords can be. It's not always what he is, but in this placement, I'm going to go with it, all right? So the thing that came into that, factored into that, influenced it, caused it, is something to do with the Knight of Swords. So this is something that was said or done in a way that was like so swift as to not be thought out. This could be your interpretation of the moment of you leaving, where you said some stuff you regret. Equally, it could be a moment way after that, or even way before that, where you blurted out something without kind of brain, heart and mouth all engaging with each other, and then realised later that you really regretted communicating that particular thing, or that it was done in a spirit of haste and fearfulness and perhaps combat, rather than something which was, you know, from your truth and from your soul. And because of that, subconsciously, you're now framing yourself as, for want of a better phrase, and not gendered at all, cold, heartless bitch, right? And again, that is not the case, but that seems to me from this reading to be how you're interpreting your own actions, even if it's at a subconscious level. Even if you would never trash talk yourself like that, there is a part of you, possibly a conditioned part from the damage of this person, or from the triangulated people sort of whispering in your ear about their version of events, that thinks that you were in the wrong in some way and that you are cold, aloof, distant. It may even be that all of this is just a reference to the fact that since this point, you've chosen to stay single for a while, and you've got family and friends asking you when it is that you're going to settle down, and your response has to be quite a cold one. But then there's some part of you that is interpreting that as actual coldness, and that's where I think you've maybe gone a little bit wrong. Because as well as these being the negative self-concepts, they are false self-concepts, right? Or they're things that can be changed. So moving along to the final one, Eight of Wands in reverse speaks about a stagnancy that comes from defence and wounding. It's somebody that's been hurt for so long that they can't move in a direction. They're not ready to return to battle, okay? Did I say Eight of Wands? I meant 9, anyway. And then the sort of mirror on the other side of the reading is Four of Swords, which is about rest. It's about, it can sometimes be about being like on the verge of death because you're so exhausted. And I don't mean to catastrophize by saying that, but I'm just mentioning it in case that was an experience you already had. This isn't telling the future. This is speaking about how you might have felt leading up to this decision about who it is that you think you are. But certainly there's a period where rest was needed, required, perhaps even rest was taken and had to be defended in the way that one would defend oneself in battle, you know. Perhaps the people who were using the triangulations against you or involved in this in a broader way, you know, your ex-partner's family, their friends, whatever, maybe even your network, they didn't agree with you having that time out, that rest. And so you were put in a position where almost you couldn't rest because you had to be on the defensive. And that made you very stuck, because if we're having to defend our kind of pillow fort in order to stay in it, we're not really making a good use of a pillow fort. I realise that's a very silly, trivial example, but you get the point that I'm making there, right? There's no point like lying down with your sword by your side if you're going to have to be laid down using the sword the entire time. Why not just sit up or get up, you know? And I do get this sense of desperation with it as well, of like almost nothing will let me rest, nothing will let me recover. But the self-concept element is that you have now started to label yourself as defensive because there were boundaries that you needed to put up with other people to allow you to recover, right? So the fighting off of people was very real, but what it led to was a non-real perception of self, perhaps even influenced by the words of others, that you are a person who is defensive, who is selfish, who is trying to rest when the world's coming down around your ears, who doesn't care about your dependents, your friends, your family, fill in the blank, right? And in some way you've agreed with that, even if it wasn't explicitly said. I think that that's something that you felt the pressure of and that you seem to have subconsciously taken on. So, after that kind of miserable turn of events, and I do apologise, I'm going to differ from the normal set of readings because I want to end on that. So we're going to look more immediately at how we would tackle each of these false beliefs about the self. So for this dissociation, the Knight of Pentacles as linked with the Queen of Wands, we've got the Hermit, which is a funny one to turn up with the Queen of Wands reversed, because it's almost like, confirmation that your instincts were right, that it's not the correct time for you to be sexual if you're feeling very non-sexual, very non-sensual. Sorry about my squeaky chair. That it is indeed not a time to dissociate, but a time to withdraw from the world. The act of dissociation is interesting because it almost requires a stimulus to distance from, right? We never really frame it that way, but in order to take yourself away from space and kind of retreat into the background of your own head, there has to be something that you're retreating away from, and the Hermit speaks about retreat. So I think that rather than retreating off into your own world and then inevitably labelling yourself as apathetic, one of the more healthy tactics would be to go into being action-oriented in a less active way by withdrawing from the people, places and things that provide that trigger response that makes you dissociate. To the extent that you can. I realise it's not always possible because a lot of the time, you know, we can't have time off work or we can't stay away from certain networks of people that will bring stuff up. But, you know, beyond the scope of this reading, I really think it's a good time to retreat and to look to your own inner light, which is what the Hermit is about, and to sort of self-explore, self-express. If you need to cry, cry. If you don't need to cry, groovy, do what you need to do. But it is this thing of like, the way to not frame it as apathy is actually not to just say, oh, I've changed my mind on what that is, because the belief is quite deep-rooted at this point. The way to change it is to withdraw from the things that were causing it and allow yourself to have that bit of distance. It's almost like to stop feeling like the distant star, you have to pull back and be at a physical distance from some stuff in order to get a sense of your own head again. Because I do feel like although you've retreated from this relationship and some of the harmful people connected to it, you haven't really retreated enough to heal yet. And it may be that this happened years ago for some of you. For some it was days, for some it was years, decades even, right? But you haven't yet taken the time out to find sanctuary within you and actually process this stuff. So to the extent that you're able, and I know that finances are involved and that the expectations of other people play big into this stuff. I've been through it myself, and I couldn't retreat and it was hell. But, you know, like, to the extent that it's possible, step back. Because it's not about changing the label. You know now from this reading that it's not apathy, it's dissociation. But the thing now is to, like, journey into self and go, okay, never mind all that, never mind being triggered, what's next? So the response to the King of Swords, which is very much adjacent, is the Six of Cups reversed, which, to put it bluntly, is lack of nostalgia. Don't reminisce about times gone by. That could be in the sense of looking back towards this relationship and seeing it with rose-coloured glasses that make you doubt yourself more intensely. It could also, if you're shot of this person and you've never been happier to be rid of them, be reminiscing about the time that you felt more like the star, the time that you had this like Seven of Cups level of choice about everything going on, and kind of having a wistful nostalgia for the person that you were before you felt damaged by this stuff. Because actually, even though you're thinking back to a self that you perceive as being very strong and very sort of beguiling almost, like, there is also a sense that that self needed to be shed in order to continue your life journey, your spiritual journey, to get you to the place that you are now. And that actually trying to embody the self that you were anytime from a few weeks ago to, you know, a few decades ago, is taking a step backwards. And as much as you want to retreat and withdraw, you don't want to step back in time. Because stepping back into who you were potentially leaves you vulnerable to the same kinds of people and situations. We need to be very careful about respecting and revering our former selves for all the glory that they were, whilst not retreating into modes of behaviour that allowed us to come a crupper, right? Or to patterns that became habitual vulnerabilities. And I think with you, if you spend too long dreaming that you're your old self, instead of looking to the future to what a new self would look like, you might end up falling into cycles. And I don't mean cycles with this person, or even necessarily abusive cycles again, because I think you're wise to it now, quite frankly. But I think you might just enter a loop of a kind, if that makes sense, like a stagnation in time. Like, yes, I can embody this and I can avoid this, and then I can embody this and I can avoid this, and then I can embody this and avoid this. But there's no, like, what's next from that point. Whereas being the you that you are now and carrying all the hurt and stuff forward and looking into your lantern and your own light and saying, all right, what's the future holding, will actually take you into the future instead of just going round and round the hamster wheel. I hope that makes sense. Okay, and the again, quite a literal response to this Nine of Wands defensiveness is the world in reverse. The world for me often represents online interaction, but it can also just be like being out in the world, particularly with this Aquarian energy we've got going on over here. This is a retreat, again, from friendships. The Hermit talks about being alone. The world can talk about networks, especially social networks. Take a step back, stop the time online, or stop an excess of time online, and allow yourself to take the rest that you perhaps needed in the past by retreating from relationships now, when people aren't necessarily going to tie that directly to the events that we're talking about here. So if it has been a while since that relationship, take advantage of the fact that people will not probably have it in their minds, and, you know, make an excuse and take some time away, okay, for you. Again, to the extent that you're able, I know stuff factors in, but even if it's just like, I'm not going to be on Instagram for the whole of today, or I'm not going to go on Facebook for a week because I know that my family will say triggering shit, or, you know, whatever it is to you, I think this world reversed is like step back from the outside world or from the World Wide Web, right? Okay, right, I'm going to shuffle over here because we're going to get to the good bit, which is, oh, excuse me, I'm tangled up in my own mic. Kind of what the purpose of all of this was, / in your reading, what's to come. And can you guess what it's about from these two? So we have the Ten of Cups, the Lovers, and the Page of Swords. The first thing to say is that Page of Swords can be about spying, but it can also be about being watched in a positive way. And I don't see that as your ex-partner, because he's looking to the Lovers and the Ten of Cups, which seems to be a kind of outcome for you. I think somebody's got their eye on you. Potentially online, potentially just at the periphery of your network, or maybe this is a future thing and you're going to run into someone at a party or something. Maybe you even know this person, but they're watching you very intently. And I think what they want is a sexual relationship, a full union, and eventually, you know, whatever your dream is of the Ten of Cups. So for some of you, that will be marriage and family. For others of you, it looks a lot less kind of nuclear and conventional than that, but it is your ideal relationship in either case. There is somebody building up to approaching you first sexually to eventually get to this stuff. That doesn't mean they're going to come in dick or pussy first, by the way. It doesn't mean that it's going to be like a situationship or an exclusively sexual connection, unless you're up for that. It just means that by being your lover in a more casual way, you're going to get closer and closer to them, and that eventually this is going to be the kind of stuff that you want with them. The reason that this had to happen, all of it, is so that when this kind of stuff comes in for you, you are prepared for it. And you may think like, well, I could be prepared to be loved and to, you know, have a family or whatever it is to you without having to go through the absolute shit that I did do. But you now know what a knockout you are. You now know how to keep faithful to yourself and to the important aspects of your life or to your values, even when shit hits the fan. You now know when to leap from a situation that isn't working out and when to stay. You now know the many options that are available to you, therefore you know your own worth and standards when a new partner comes in, and you can tell them what to expect from you and vice versa. You now know what heartbreak looks like and how to prevent it. You know how you are in moments where you need to be decisive. You know that sometimes you dissociate and that that's not apathy, and you wouldn't have known that without all of this stuff. You know that you're not cold and heartless, but that sometimes the sort of twinkling star bit of you kind of comes across that way, and you can explain yourself pretty well in terms of what that actually is, and you can maintain a logical mindset around emotional issues because you've had to for survival. You know how to set your boundaries so that you can allow yourself to have physical and emotional rest. You know when to blurt stuff out and when not to, and you know exactly the kind of level of upfrontness or impetuousness that's appropriate for individual situations without putting your foot in it or making somebody volatile, angry, or whatever else. You know what it feels like when you're not sexually ready to move on. You know what true sensuality is versus forced societal sensuality or obligation in relationships. You know how to retreat now. You know how to step back from connections in order to heal properly. And you know what to focus on when you're doing that. You know not to ruminate in nostalgia and keep yourself in a vicious cycle. And you know how to take time away from the internet, from your friends, from whatever it is that triggers you, and indeed what to take time away from and why it's appropriate. So you see, without all of this, actually, you might not be ready. It was only through this experience that you can properly have this. and this, and whoever this is. Possibly someone younger, judging by the page. So yeah, I hope that that's helpful, but I really do think that this is kind of a collective message rather than a card by card, and it's saying that this experience was fucking terrible. It was persuasion in the shadow, but that is what allows you to bring persuasion into the light, and persuasion in the light is the art of seduction. Is falling for somebody, is flirting with them in a very joyful, luminous way, and persuasively asking them to take the next step with you, or to become more intimate with you, or to trust you more, or to join you on your next adventure, right? That is what we want from persuasion. And this peacock energy is the reclaiming of self back into that star quality, because you know you had it once, and you don't have to imitate that former self in order to kind of shine for the next person that comes along, or indeed for yourself, because I'm not asking you to wait for a person either. If you don't want to settle down and do all this, it's kind of not the point. The point is that you would be ready to do any of that because of exactly the things that you've been through, and the self-concept that you brought in the positive and that you busted in the negative. I don't actually think there's much work involved in breaking this down now. I think that as I've been speaking about it, you're realising exactly who and what was influencing you at each stage, and that is probably more than enough once you've taken a little bit of time. And then your future looks very bright. It's emotional fulfillment. It doesn't have to include a relationship, but it's a unification with yourself as well, with your old self and your future self. So let's have a look at some cards with unrelated activities that will make you feel better about this whole thing and process some of the stuff that's been going on. This one wants to come out. How apt. I feel there's a little bit of cord cutting going on, don't you? Okay, so this day I am belly laughing. Find a feel-good comedy series to brighten your day. Laughter helps reduce mental tension and increases energy. It also gets you into Queen of Wands in the upright if you do it often enough. Believe it or not, laughter and sensuality are closely connected. That doesn't mean you have to get back out there and feel all sexy. It just means that you might feel more celebratory about things in general if you have a good laugh. And maybe even laughing about some of the terrible stuff that's happened. Banishing by laughter, for those familiar with that kind of concept. That's a good thing to do. Spring cleaning. A clean, organised space can help ease stress and anxiety as well as boosting productivity. Start small by decluttering 10 things. 10 things for 10 cups, right? Maybe even as you're getting rid of 10 bullshit things in your environment that you no longer need, physical or emotional, you can think about 10 things that you want to include in your new life that you're replacing them with. So, you know, you're throwing out that ratty old top that you wore all the time that you cried, right? And then as you're putting it in the bin, or in the donation bin, should I say, and thanking it for its service, as Marie Kondo would do, you're also saying, as I release this top back to the universe, I invite in this thing, right? And you do that 10 times. And then if you want to do it more, you can do it more. 5-second breathing. Throughout your day, practice breathing in for 5 and out for 5. This helps get you out of fight or flight mode. So you're literally being given a technique by universe right here for the dissociation and defensiveness that you've been feeling. And also for the moments where you feel like blurting something out and you kind of can't stop yourself because of the trauma that you've endured. It's basically saying, like, this is your tiny version of this 4 of Swords card. You can take a 5-second breath. Nobody will, penalise you for doing that. But just that little point of rest within the conversation can be the difference between reacting in a way that you regret out of trauma, or acting in a way that is like fully cognizant of what the consequences will be and fully empowered within that moment. Yeah? Okay, so I hope that you found that useful. I'm sorry that it was a decidedly sore subject and that it focused in a way on somebody else or the effects of somebody else, but I hope that you found it personally empowering regardless. If you did like it, please click like, hit subscribe and ding the dong so that you're always up to date with whatever's going on, because I will be expanding to other platforms and things like that. And if you did enjoy this and you want to check out the rest of the channel or purchase a reading, links to readings are down below. There's also a donation button if you enjoyed this one, you want to toss me like 50p or $5 or something like that. If not, that's absolutely fine, but please share me with other people if you think they'd like me to, and I hope to see you in the next one.